You know,
Right.
I could deal with the wait a month, but it would be so fun to fuck around with a party full of all of us. But we
Oh,
can't.
that'd
Yeah.
be sick.
Like that'd be a fucking blast.
We did that with Divinity. Me and Fox played DOS 2 in co-op mode, and it was a lot of fun because we kind of had to like compete over which character was going to be talking, who was going to be the face versus just like the muscle. It was a lot closer to real D&D, and their adaptation of the 5.5 system into Baldur's Gate 3
It's really
is
good.
really good.
Yeah.
The freaking weapon attack options, like being able to cleave with a greatsword or smack people in the head with a hammer and knock them out, that's just so narratively cool. And it's only once per
Right.
short rest, but it gives you a lot
Yeah.
more martial options. And I'm
You can
really
like
enjoying
trip with a quarterstaff.
The fact that Drake, Hawk, and I had to long rest because of the. So
What?
we recreated our Icewind Dale characters, and we got to the part, spoilers for whatever. We got to the part of the dying mind flayer. So, and the unfortunate thing was that Farron was the one who selected the cutscene. So he decided to
Great
kiss the
charisma.
mind flayer.
Yeah, well,
Hey,
you guys do
that
that in
seems like
Icewind
my
Dale, and
mistake.
it's classic Icewind Dale party.
Yeah, so he dies immediately, and then
Hold
the
on,
mind
you guys
flayer uses
recreated
mind
Icewind and
blast.
You didn't invite me.
Hawk tried to, but saw that you weren't online.
Oh. What were you
I
guys
thought, huh?
playing? I was literally on all last night.
Oh, we did this like 2 hours ago.
Oh, well, I haven't been on today now. Because I was on all last night.
Yeah, no, this
you were
was-
on
this was,
till,
like, 2 hours ago.
9 your time. It was like 7 o'clock here when you finally went to bed. I stayed up till the same here, but that was, yeah, anyway.
But yeah, so the mind flayer uses mind blast, and me and then Shadowheart die immediately. We get one-shotted. And so
Hell yeah.
Cass is like running around kiting and shooting the mind flayer. She was able to kill it, thankfully.
Yeah, because Farron fed it, so it would have been strong again.
Hell yeah.
Anyway,
Apparently, the strongest enemy in Baldur's Gate 3 in the first zone is just a frog.
Oh god.
I think
Just
I
a
ran into that
normal frog.
Yeah, I remember the frog, and this is true.
Yeah, I've done so much in that game in the last. I feel like I ran into it, it wrecked my shit, and then I reloaded to save and didn't run into it again.
No thanks.
Yeah, I was like, I've done that a lot. I
Never
ran into a
mind.
beholder last night, and I was like,
Oh,
what? Why would I be expected to get through the beholder? What? And so I died spectacularly, and that was when I lost like the 2 hours of progress because
Yeah.
that save issue.
There's
But fortunately,
all the save stuff is
yeah.
all super scuffed up.
Yeah,
You have to save constantly manually.
yep. But either way, got there in the end. Now we're
If
here.
it makes you guys feel better,
Yeah.
that's how I play most RPGs. I never trust auto. It could say saving, and as soon as it's
Right.
done, I'm gonna
Yeah,
manually
interesting.
save
Man,
still.
I'll have certain combats where like the first 2 rounds will go really well, and I'm like, I'm just gonna go ahead and
Save in the
checkpoint
middle
right
of combat.
here.
Yeah, I did that last night with the 8,000 goblins.
God, their goblin camp
Fucking annoying.
was an inspiration, and
Yeah, you thought this was bad with the
no,
goblins.
I mean, okay, that one was probably 5 times as big, but you guys are level 14. We were doing that at level 4. It was, oh. But that gives us a good segue into Tyranny of Dragons as we pick up where we left off last game, having pretty much spent the entire game in combat as you decimated and then destroyed what was left of the decimation of Goblinopolis, killing every goblin you could find, and the few that remained and were able to run away, smashing into each other and eating this strange kind of greenish, goopish ooze just by the handful. Some of them taking handfuls of other goblins with their hands still holding the goop and drinking it out of their hands as you had destroyed the rest of the goblin.
As one
Eventually-
does.
As you guys do. Eventually, the dragons merged into a massive, familiar, and grotesque form. These thin, light wings flickering out quickly like a fly's wing or bumblebee wing, allowing it to just hover ever so slightly off the ground before slamming back down into the ground. It didn't have to use its wings very much because you guys came right at it. A goblin breath of goblins and a brutal dragon fight before you finally managed to fell your foe. The hobgoblin commander who was leading this camp also destroyed in the battle at the gate. The goblin dragon kind of pulsing and becoming bulbous before exploding into this mass of just dead goblins, and as they hit the ground they just began to disintegrate into the greenish ooze that the majority of the goblins here had turned into upon their deaths. You guys took the opportunity to quickly walk around, spent about 10 minutes or so examining the camp, and Ken, with a natural 20, was able to find
I remember
and
that.
intuit the origin of this strange greenish ooze, locating a barrel containing it and bearing a familiar inverted five-pointed star symbol. You were able to determine that, given the location and iconography found here at the scene, this was probably one of Thune's radioactive dumping sites that the goblins found.
Oh, bitch.
A unicorn was summoned by Mia throughout the battle, who provided healing at the end. I'm just kind of like scrolling through, like, am I missing anything?
Right.
You guys found
Very
about
end of
200
battle.
gold. Yeah. But yeah, I think that was where we left off here in the now smoking wreckage of Goblinopolis. The smell is horrible. It's not like normal decaying matter or feces or blood or anything. It smells more metallic, like acrid, and it kind of has this like weird greenish mist drifting into the air and then up above you. That's just sort of evaporating out of the remnants of the goblins. What are you guys doing?
I was gonna take a sample of this green gross waste, whatever it's called.
Okay, of the blood, like of what's left over after the goblins, or
No, the barrel.
Okay. All right, that was right. You did do that. You drifted over there on your broom, recovering it from Takashi, and I think you had like a potion bottle. You guys
Yeah.
have a plethora of potion bottles.
I had a plethora.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Fortunately, Ken is no longer big.
Oh, small Ken.
Small Ken.
I call it bottle of ooze.
Well, he's a medium. He's not small.
Yeah,
That's
this is
Monday.
average size.
It's not that cold out here.
I mean, I can make it cold.
I will also say it's probably about 7 or 8 in the evening. You guys flew out around noon. There was preparation time in approaching Goblinopolis, the battle along the way, so we are getting close to the end of dusk. There is, like, most of the daylight has faded. There are a few, like, braziers and torches littered about here and there, providing intermittent light. Those of you with dark vision can see fine enough in this dim light, but just so you know what time it is, if you were to get back to the airship and fly back, it'd probably be about 1 or 2 in the morning when you landed in Erebor.
Oh, okay. Can I take this opportunity to inspect and figure out a way to, I guess, neutralize this ooze or destroy it in any way?
Is it flammable? Can we burn it?
I throw a firebolt
Okay. You
Scientific method.
from a distance.
Attack,
From a
Eric.
distance.
from a distance. Okay. And are you? What are you targeting with the firebolt?
the ooze, or at least this pool
Okay.
that they've mined or extracted.
Go ahead, roll me your attack roll.
Oh boy.
I just really need the damage, honestly. Okay,
And boop.
this is a good attack roll. That's good
Jesus.
damage, too.
Hey!
You drift up above, getting to like 100 feet above it, just into the air. You see as Aerith goes up and up and above the treetops, it gets as far away as he can before summoning forth his firebolt, and you see it down into the ooze, and with a plunk, there's a bubble. The ooze kind of like bloop 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 bloops a few times, and then it's almost like it burps this orangish cloud of smoke that just dissipates into the air.
Oh.
Neat.
Roll me an Arcana, Aerith, and Ken, roll me one as well as you're studying. Studying.
All right,
Was
not
that-
probable. We'll check that off the list.
Was that supposed to happen?
Oh, it's the dishwasher. Okay. I'm still not used to the beeping. I'm like, oh God, what's on fire? Is something going to explode?
It's the opposite. It's on
directly
water.
behind me. Aerith, as you look at it, it looks like the ooze itself is arcanely active, but it's very chaotic. As your firebolt hit the ooze, it seemed like the magical energy that makes up it was kind of absorbed, broken apart, and then digested. That was the best interpretation you would have of it. Ken, in studying it, your first instinct is to use something like a Dispel Magic to try to dispel the magical effects on it, but that looks like it's already been tried here. The nature of the magic surrounding the ooze itself seems to be, how do I put this right, like a part of it. It's like trying to dispel magic from a dragon. You can't dispel the arcane
Inherently
effect from it because it's inherently magical.
Where is the puddle? I guess that Aerith threw the fireball in.
It's over here,
Fireball.
down yonder.
There's two big pits here, or 4 big pits here in this camp. 2 of them seemingly empty, and 2 of them are kind of just filled with this bubbling green, smoking, miasmic ooze, as well as like there are barrels just sort of littered on the side. Some of them are broken open, some of them are just like the tops are pried open.
Mia's gonna go make her way down towards one of the pits.
Can we just add a shit ton of water to reduce its kind of like with acid,
Dilute
when
it?
you add water? Yeah, dilute it. Cause a hydration reaction.
I mean, you set your storm off, right? Did the rain from that do anything to all the acid down there?
My ice storm?
Or no?
No,
Nobody said his.
Oh,
Yeah,
his
set off
his storm.
door thing.
Okay.
Actually, it's still running technically.
So is it reacting to the rain at all, or is it doing the same thing, like little bloops here and there when the rain hits?
Give me either nature or arcana.
Oh boy, me, or can one of
Yeah.
them?
You asked.
You questioned it.
They're both the same for my boy. Sure.
Okay. Looking at it, so you can see it, and Oni's perception is natively pretty high. So what he sees is the water doesn't seem to be, it's like oil in water. It's not mixing together with the ooze. There's this thin layer that seems to like form on the top of the ooze and then like slurps down through it like it's a heavier liquid falling through a lighter liquid.
Ew.
But at the same time, the ooze itself feels lighter than water in your little vial, but is significantly more viscous. It looks thick, but it feels like it's almost weightless.
I guess I can try and freeze it with Ray of Frost.
Okay.
See if that works.
Which word are you targeting?
Oh wait, shit. Do I even have the spell?
That's a good question.
Got it.
I do not have it. I removed it off my thing.
I mean, I have it. Do you want me to try to freeze just a little, like?
Yeah, just like try and freeze it. If you can.
Mia crouches down next to this pool and will reach down and just try to freeze like a little section of it.
Okay. You reach out your hand and cast your cantrip. The ray of frost soaring out across the space and into the ooze, and with a blunk, it kind of just sinks through the surface of it. Doesn't even like explode off, just like a raindrop into water, and then there's a bloop bloop bloop, and then a final bloop, like a big belch of icy blue smoky mist that just sort of just dissipates into the air. It smells like
Well, that was cool.
snowberries, like lemon and raspberry.
That's pretty cool.
Okay. I mean, we gotta do something. We can't just leave it here.
Let's try non-elemental magic. And then
Okay. Ken rears back, gathering the energy of the dragon breath in his chest, and releases it down towards the ooze. It hits with God, it's like I can see it in my mind. It's like a meteor hitting the earth. You know how where it causes the earth to like bow up and roll up into that cascade.
yeah.
As the force breath hits, it creates that wave across the top, which then crystallizes. The ooze itself kind of just, there's a poof of, oh god, like grayish black smoke that just smells vaguely metallic, and then the ooze just resettles back into its normal, like, viscous, bubbly self. It looks like it absorbed your magic and then just sort of dissipated it.
What the fuck?
Well,
Maybe charcoal? Just put a bunch of charcoal in it? Well, charcoal is
Mia's
used to
gonna
displace a lot of
Yeah,
poisons, so...
right,
Does,
poison.
doesn't it?
Mia's gonna reach down and just touch it.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Roll me a wisdom saving, or wisdom check really quick.
Oh boy.
Wisdom is
Okay, roll
Good.
me a constitution saving throw.
Oh gosh.
Is it magical in nature in any way?
Yeah, this would be magical in nature. It's inherently magical.
Okay.
Okay, all right, that's not bad. As you touch it, you feel this tug deep within your core. This pull, a desire from the ooze, and your first level spell slot is consumed.
Ugh.
As you pull your hand away from it, kind of shake your hand
Interesting.
to make it drip off, the energy of your first level spell slot that you had remaining is consumed.
Alright. That's weird.
So we have anti-magic ooze. There's just
Right?
a runoff of anti-magic ooze over here that needs to be dealt with, huh?
I'm curious what
Anti-magic.
happens if somebody without magic touches it.
As
But
Oni says that, there is another little burp of smoke from behind you, and a prismatic and sparkling cloud of mist just dissipates into the atmosphere above. Bye, spell slot.
it's fine. I didn't need that.
How the hell are we gonna deal with this shit?
What do you think happens if somebody without magic touches it?
I'm not gonna
Does it
touch
just
to find
hurt?
out.
You don't want to touch it, nobody?
No, I don't want to touch it.
What about you, Oni?
I was
I
about
have
to say, what
magic.
about you, Oni?
I have magic.
You have magic?
Yeah, not spell slot magic, but I do have magic because I'm an elf, unfortunately.
Mm.
I can. He'll kind of calmly look at his echo and just kind of. This is the shared consciousness of every Oni that is, was, or will be. He could test
Is it
you know.
inherently magic?
Mm-mm. It's just like an extra dimensional you.
Alright,
Um,
touch it.
Let's see.
We could just cover it up. Like use mold earth or something and just block it off. And put a hazard sign on top.
Yeah, I don't think that solves the base problem.
Yeah, actually, it's not magical, but you magically manifest it, so I think he's just gonna go poof and then
Yeah, he'll probably just get absorbed.
only he'll just resummon it right here.
Okay. As you had indicated to your shadow companion, he nodded and stepped over and reached down to touch it. Aerith, can you roll me an insight check really quick?
Sure. I'm not good at those. Average.
Okay. Yeah, it's average. As you watch Oni's shadow reach down and touch it, there's a similar visual look to teleportation. It's almost like he gets sucked down into the core of his being. As soon as he touches the ooze, there's just like, and he's gone. And Oni looks to his left and summons a new one.
We need to do something about this.
Takashi, please. It's for science.
Swear
And
to God,
magic.
if this is how nobody dies.
Hey, isn't that what you want? Don't you have like
No, I don't want
3 more
nobody to
characters
die.
waiting?
Listen, just because I have a back full of characters.
This could be how Nicholas comes in there like that darn Thune fucking around with magic. He doesn't know what he's doing, and your whole mission becomes undo anti-magic ooze. You know?
I don't.
I'll make sure you don't die. It's fine.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll pull you.
I don't want to touch it. Look at it.
I'll be right here.
Look at it. I don't want to touch
Yeah.
that shit.
It smells like
Why not?
rusting iron.
Honestly, if it wasn't so detrimental to the very core of magic, it'd be really cool.
I don't want cancer. I'm not touching
You're
it.
not gonna get cancer. Let's not
I'm
have
just gonna
cancer.
step right here. His echo's gonna pick up this corpse. They're gonna trade places, and the corpse and on the echo's just gonna dump the corpse in to see what happens.
I forgot a
See.
corpse is an object.
I mean, technically, but we can't see how it affects living.
Okay. You perform the action, swapping places with your shadow while holding onto the Hobgoblin Devastator corpse. You drop it into the ooze. It and it like hits against the surface and then sinks in with the ooze kind of just like creeping up around it and then just sinks down and down and down. There's a bloop, bloop, and a final like big bloop of just this brownish tan smoke that just drifts into the air above you.
Can I try to use telekinesis to pull the body back up out of it and see if it's been harmed in any way?
Let's see. Roll me a perception check.
Perception.
Let's see. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. What? What is going on?
What?
I'm just trying to get something ready.
I don't like that.
You poked it. Give
I
me 1 second.
mean-
I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready.
No.
Are you gonna turn it into like a giant gelatinous
Oh,
cube or
sorry.
something?
Oh God.
How
This
dare
is
you?
why I didn't want to touch it.
I mean, at least we're figuring it out before we had you touch it, but I was gonna help. You would have been
After I
fine.
die.
No.
No,
You can
no.
pull people out of gelatinous cubes.
Of course not.
Oh, that one's just awful.
Stop Googling images to kill us with.
No, I mean, I'm not. I'm trying to find a stab block. I'm being super lazy. I'm just trying to. Whatever. I'll just use this one. Okay. Okay. So I knew what would happen. I just needed to get it visually ready for you guys. It'll probably be resolved faster than it took me to get it ready. But as you see it ploop down, this final like hand drifting down into the ooze, you grasp onto it with your telekinesis, give it just a moment, and then pluck it out. And as you pull, or as that last bloop of brownish tan smoke comes out of the ooze, you pull up on the object you'd maintained your concentration on. The body is completely changed. The flesh has been consumed because it was down there just long enough, because you left it long enough for the smoke to ploop out before you brought it up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the flesh has been completely
Like a minute.
consumed off of it, and it is just a skeleton that you're kind of just holding floating in the air, and as you're staring at it, its
Okay.
eyes open and it looks at you and it
Oh.
reaches out a hand, and you see arcane energy manifesting around its arms. I need everyone to roll me initiative.
Oh boy.
You wanted me to touch it.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna leave you in there for a whole minute though. You would have been fine. I touched it.
That was in there for like a second.
No, it was
Yeah,
in
but
there
it was-
for like a minute.
To be fair, it was dead. It might not have came back if it wasn't dead.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I wasn't willing to put my hand in it.
Then revive
pretty
one of the
sure-
revive one of the fucking goblins and then toss it in.
Well, it's been too long for me.
Don't have that kind of magic.
All right, Takashi, as you see the skeletal shape of the Hobgoblin Devastator, I'm just going to go get his token out of here, reanimate itself and reach its hand out towards Mia, gathering arcane energy. What would you like to do? It's your turn. You're up first.
Hello.
Is someone close to it or no?
Me.
Mia is, yeah.
Yeah, Mia and
And
the Echo
Oni-
should be, because the Echo dropped them in, so the Echo's
Well, I'm
pretty
just
much right there,
wondering
too.
if they should add sneak attack as well, if they're
Yeah.
within 5 feet.
Yeah.
Oh,
you would-
yeah,
I
yeah.
think so, yeah.
Okay. Well, technically I go first, so. Use triple advantage.
Yes, both of those hit.
That first set of 3 was a really unfortunate set of rolls, though. Plus 13, that means you rolled the
Right.
highest in the first set of 3 was a 7.
Love to see it.
Wait, where is the...
Put your water katana into the bow and
Oh,
fire
okay,
it like
there
an
should
arrow.
be... There should be extra 20 damage, because I had the sharpshooter on, but I didn't have the damage modifier
Gotcha. Okay. So that is 54. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. It was beefy. It looked like it was definitely stronger. As the two arrows hit, they hit with surprising force, and just the power that you guys wield is far more than would necessarily be needed for a normal skeleton. The first arrow doesn't do it. As it slams into its head, it reels back, the magic around its hand dissipating, and it kind of scrambles against the telekinesis towards Mia as the second arrow slams through its jaw, back out the back of its neck, and sends the destroyed pieces of the body tumbling into the ooze below. Mia, you're kind of just holding an upper torso at the moment with your telekinesis. That was a
Go
lot of
ahead and-
damage, Takashi.
She'll just go ahead and just slowly drop that back down.
Sinks down. This time there is no bloop of anything. It just sort of it almost looks like an object an object clipping through another object, there's almost no
Mhm.
reaction from the ooze this time, as the skeleton just sort of sinks through and down to whatever depths lay beneath.
Okay. Well, see,
Not
that was a
touching.
dead corpse, though.
I'm not touching it.
Please.
You might get super strong. Just imagine it.
I might also die.
You won't die. It's just,
That's
I mean,
that's
if you
true.
lose
You do
one
have a
finger,
kid to think about now. You're adventuring for 2.
Nah.
For 2.
you have a baby?
I have a kid, yes.
Neat.
I'm not
Now
touching the ooze.
this wasn't saying it, by the way, because I don't think Oni knows yet. This was out of character. This is
Oh.
Earth saying you're adventuring
Oh.
for 2.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think Oni has heard that you have a kid. So
I don't think anyone's heard that.
Right, I don't know if you
She's
told
been
anybody.
pretty introverted about it all.
Yeah.
I'm not touching disgusting
Oh, come
green
on.
goop.
Aerith, how much magic do you have left?
How about you use all
I
your
closed
spell
my
slots
thing.
and then you touch it?
That's plan B, but I have a couple left, and I don't really. I mean, we're not gonna fight anything else today, right?
Is there a frog or an animal nearby?
Roll me a perception check.
I mean, I still got a few spell slots.
Yeah, because I could.
hey,
I
you
could
got
just
you
run
got
through the rest of my
feathers.
magic,
Throw
but
feathers in that bitch.
Why feathers?
Isn't that magical? I got a fucking
he's
one.
also
You did. It's
inherently
still a
magic.
16. And I don't attribute to the critical fails on. You have a 15 modifier, man. You should. Looking around, you don't see anything like a frog or anything on the ground. Most of the wildlife here in the forest was chased away either by the battle or probably just by the goblins' presence. Looking up, you do see vultures circling above you, probably just
Like
waiting to come down.
Could I try to grab one with telekinesis that's still up for 10 minutes?
That is.
Throw the vulture in there.
It is
You know.
more than 60 feet away. They're about 100 feet in
Okay.
the air. They're
I mean, I can go up 30, 40 feet.
yeah, if you want to.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need something living.
All right. So as Takashi looks up and notices the vultures, Mia, you take to the air, getting within range. To grab something, it's a charisma check against it, right? Try to move an object.
I mean, I could
ability
just shoot
check
its wings out.
But then it would be dead. You would kill it.
No,
I
it's
can
wings.
aim at its wings, but not kill it.
Um,
Non-lethal damage.
It's a blunt water arrow. You know.
Yeah, except you're gonna do twice its health and still kill it anyways.
Mia's having flashbacks to Rose.
Right.
To another
I
life.
can
Say non-lethal,
turn off
but if
the
you do
attack
twice as
modifier.
much.
I can turn off all the modifiers and only shoot it once.
Just let me see if I can get it. It's a contested strength
Yes.
ability check with your
It rolls
spellcasting modifier.
strength.
Contested strength.
Roll me your charisma. I need to see if I even need to roll. If you beat 18, I don't need to roll.
Is it plus the attack bonus?
It is spellcasting. No, it is just
Ability.
a charisma check.
No. Okay. Cool. This one. 11.
Okay. He might.
Yay!
I rolled a 10.
Hell yeah.
Come here, bird.
Grab the
Technically-
bird.
I technically rolled a 12, but a vulture has a
Oh.
-2 to its strength. Okay, so as you drift up, you reach out with your telekinesis, and there's this like crawling scream as you grab the bird mid-flight, and birds don't
Sorry,
like
Mr.
to not
Bird.
be moving in the air. Okay, gotta maneuver it. The object is 30 feet in any direction, so it's gonna have a total of 3 rounds to try to. Oh wait, no, it just says it's restrained. It doesn't have until the end of your next turn. Okay, you got to keep grabbing it every turn. So give me 3 more charisma checks as you keep pulling it down. I just want to see how long this takes.
Just go in there. I'm sorry, but I need to see what happens.
God, he rolled a natural 20 on his third one for an 18.
Hell yeah.
So as you
The whole time she's pulling it down, Oni's just got one hand in front of his chest, the beads wrapped around it, saying a small prayer for this bird that's about to get sacrificed to the ooze.
you yank it down, kind of pulling it like you would pull a dog towards the bathroom for a bath it does not want to take. You're yanking it through the air, and with one final yank, you kind of like throw it into the ooze. It
Just dip it in there
lumps
real
into
quick.
it like quicksands down with that really weird amorphous light sinking.
Just for a
Do you
second, and then I'll
maintain-
pull it back out.
Just
Yeah.
for like 1 round?
Yeah, because I wanted to see what would happen if you put it in there just like quick.
Okay.
Like if nobody were to dip his hand in there.
Okay. You pull it out. Give me another charisma check. This is going to try to fly away from you.
I'm trying to bring it back out.
I know. You brought it out of the ooze, and now it wants. No, I can't beat that.
Oh,
So as you
but it's still alive?
yeah, as you pull it from the ooze, your connection maintained. You only left it down there for a few seconds. It is dripping with ooze and like. Guys, I don't know enough about vultures to know if they can cough, but it looks like it's coughing. It definitely didn't appreciate what just happened, but
Okay,
it is
See?
still alive. It's just sort of like
fine.
roll me a Arcana or Insight, everybody.
It's fine, she says, holding a bird above the
That's
acid
just
water.
coughing.
Yeah.
Just
Everyone is fucking lasered in on this bird.
Oh my god!
what is going on?
Yeah, dude, we're here. What we're about scientific method. We're testing.
I'm gonna put this. This just has to go into the tavern.
This is all for a bird.
Right? The past like 12 rolls. It's so good.
That was insane. All right, so as you all watch it, you're all watching very intently for what might happen. It is definitely not a happy bird. It is trying very desperately to get out of this telekinetic grasp that Mia has it in. Mia, you see it mostly as an unraveling. It's like looking at a spellcaster after a day of heavy use of the arcane. Each use of the weave, each time you reach into it, takes a little piece of yourself, a little bit of your energy. It's easily replenished through food and sleep, but it does require a piece of you in order to manipulate the weave. All of that exists innately within all creatures, as all creatures are part of nature, and the weave is part of nature. And this creature looks like its innate, tiny little thread, its littlest tiny bit of connection to magic was frayed apart. It's still there, but it's like the end has frayed.
Okay.
The rest of
But in
you,
like a natural way?
in a
Mostly.
well, it looks like a creature that would be very old. The rest of you, as you look at it,
Interesting.
Oni
The
and
casters all
Takashi-
picked up Arcana. Me and nobody
Yeah.
over here, like, we're kind of insightful.
Yeah, you lean back and you watch it, and you watch its natural change. And there isn't a lot. It's not like its feathers fall out, or it decays, or like the bones start breaking out. But you see it in the eyes. This faint glassing over of old age.
Huh. Okay. Maybe don't
Ken-
touch it.
Yeah, Ken and Aerith can also recognize it as a weakening of its potency. This creature is still a living creature. It's still alive. It hasn't died from exposure, but there was a fundamental part of it that was consumed by the ooze. And as you are all looking at it, there's a bloop, tiny of black smoke that just kind of drifts up and out of the ooze.
Is it? Can I tell if it's like a permanent change or if it's like similar to like gaining a level of exhaustion or something?
You're unable to tell, even with that
Okay.
natural 20 in the Arcana, without giving it time to rest and performing some experiments. It could come back, but you've seen sometimes. I mean, you've seen, especially. Oh, I guess Mia hasn't.
Mia
seen,
hasn't.
really. It might be able to heal, but even a healed wound still can leave a scar.
Interesting. Okay.
Alright, well, good to know we should not touch it.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't touch it without.
Oh, and if only someone told us we shouldn't touch the ooze.
Can you roll me another
You
charisma check?
didn't know for sure.
Or you could let it go. It's
I'll just let it go.
Okay. As you come to your conclusions, it stresses against your telekinetic grasp one more time, and then as you release it, it flaps half-heartedly and weakly back into the air and kind of like perches up on one of the trees and is just watching you all.
Well,
But you didn't know for
Cassius,
sure.
Any ideas?
To get rid of it. Could I try to use just like magic to try to like deactivate it?
We know inanimate objects have to work with it because they had barrels full of it. So maybe we just
Say we just
start.
bury it, like as far down as we can. Cover it, like if
Let
anyone
it-
has mold earth, just cover it with stone.
Just let it
and rock.
leach into the earth.
Well,
I don't think that's a good idea.
What do you think?
it's already here.
I mean, I'm not really sure what we can do. Like, it absorbs magic. It turns living things, like rapidly ages living things. So I'm like, I'm not sure what I can do to like neutralize it at this point. This might be something above our pay grade.
Is there? Still trying. Is there a way I could try to like modify counterspell to try to like pull it apart?
Yeah, it's counter gel.
Oh, God. No, there's no Ring of the Grammarian in this game. It doesn't exist. I have lines I will not cross.
I mean, even Ring of Grammarian wouldn't be able to change counterspell to counter gel.
But like if I can see like that it's magical in nature and it's kind of like anti-magical in nature, and if there's a way to like I don't know, pull it apart like, fundamentally.
Well, when we put the corpse in, was there any change in the volume of it? Did any of it get absorbed into the corpse?
Oh no, not that you
Feed
not
corpses
you've
into it?
seen. No, and roll me an insight for Oni. And this is knowing he's got ridiculous insight modifier. Okay, 25. You're not entirely sure, but thinking back on it, you almost want to say it went the opposite direction. Like the
Made
ooze
more.
got bigger.
So we don't want to feed it.
Right.
What is it? Feed a cold, starve a fever, other way around, however that applies to life-consuming anti-magic slime.
Leave it
within your
alone,
glass-
maybe it'll dry up.
Within the glass vial of your healing potion, Aerith, you've been able to hold on to that without any issue. There's been no lingering effect. You kind of feel like a weird tingly, like your hands falling asleep when you had it in your hand, but in all of this, it has not struck you as dangerous that it's there. The glass seems to be creating some sort of protection.
What if we just carry it all out, put it into barrels or vials, and then we bring it with us?
Yeah,
Let's
that's
just chuck
what-
it. Let's just chuck it in. Let's just chuck it into the astral sea. That could be their problem from now on.
I mean,
Okra finally comes back. What in the hells did you
What did you
do?
do?
Well, we
Consumes
know
the
for
astral
sure we can't take it to Starfall because everything there is magical. So we need to not do that.
Right?
We need
don't know
to
if we should bring it
avoid
to Erie
most
or
of the
either.
main cities because they also have a lot of magical shit.
Yeah, don't bring that shit to my house.
This is just great because this is how I imagine Thune went about all of this when he discovered we created this shit. He's like, what do I do
Then
with it?
didn't care enough.
Yeah, where can we put it that
Right.
it's not gonna cause problems? You know, he probably wasn't worried about other people, but mainly like we're gonna do this that they won't know it's there until after I've either won or am gone.
Yup. He did have less concerns to worry about.
I mean, I really do feel like the best place is just hidden, sealed in rock underground where no one's gonna find it.
Well, I can't do anything like that.
me neither.
So, if you can, do you want to bury it with your hands?
No.
If you need the earth struck physically, I can do that. But in terms of magically maneuvering rock and stone, I cannot.
Yeah. I mean, we have no way to make it less active, so we just have to seal it away. I guess that's the only solution I see.
But how can we? Any form of magic we try to use on it just absorbs it.
Seal it physically, so we just grab a bunch of wood, stone, rubble, throw it on top,
Bury
hope no one finds it.
That's the spirit.
Hey, I
That's the
mean,
Thune way.
the martial solution to a magical problem.
Exactly. I could only do so much. I can't archery it away.
How many barrels are left around in the camp?
Not enough to fit all of it, but
No.
maybe 2/3 of it. Barrels that the
I-
goblins had used before, because they had filled most of the barrels with this stuff already. That's kind of what they were
Mhm.
doing. Those barrels were destroyed because they did not care about preserving the integrity of a barrel. They
Are
wanted
they-
the tasty, delicious ooze inside, so they
Did
all
Are
got.
they mendable?
Did they empty the other two that are empty? Or like, is that where the ooze in those barrels came from?
Looking at those ones, it doesn't look like they have any trace of the ooze in them. Given Oni's insight, it's possible, or it's probable that they weren't ever used. Either the earth here was found like this, or he dug out more than he was going to need, and then didn't need it. Or somebody stopped him from creating more of this stuff.
And murdered him.
Okay, good.
But it looks like
the-
the ooze comes up higher a little bit on the walls here. It looks like it all came out of these two pits.
Okay. Are the barrels that are destroyed mendable?
You and Ken both. Do you have mending? Or is it just Ken?
You know,
Mending.
I have mending always on deck.
I know you do.
Yeah. I do not have it.
Do not. Aerith, do you?
No.
Okay. The barrels were busted, and mending can work to put stuff like that back together. I'd say Ken would probably be able to restore those 4 barrels that got destroyed, which would consume, let's get it up to 75%. You'd be able to store all of it. It would take him about an hour to an hour and a half per barrel. So you'd be looking at about 6 hours to get those 4 barrels repaired. It's a minute cast per mending, and so that's like 50 to 100 casts of it per barrel, as Ken is holding 2 pieces of wood together and like magically welding it together. So
And it's already
6 hours of
nighttime.
your time. 6
We
hours
could just
of your
tell the
time
guild.
versus walking away and hoping nothing falls into it.
I mean, we could call the guild when we get back. Be like, hey, this location, there's weird goopy stuff. Do something about it. Outsource the problem.
Like what?
Yeah. I'm kind of liking that idea because there ain't no way. 6 hours of mending?
That's nothing to you. I've seen you spend 24 hours straight studying.
I say we outsource the problem to the guild. They can hire someone to do it for them.
I can write a letter and send feathers out so I can get to them before morning.
Because we were hired to kill goblins, not whatever this is.
So it's not our problem?
I mean, we're good people, so we're gonna let people know about it. But I'm not gonna solve this because I can't.
Yeah,
I can't either.
Well, I can put 2/3 of it away if that would help, I
That would
guess.
still take quite a bit of time, and
Well,
doing it safely.
I can do
Oh,
it.
that's right, because you got telekinesis.
Well, I have telekinesis, but I also have animate object.
You kind of animate the goop.
Well, I was gonna animate the barrels.
Yeah.
With the goop, I mean, if it's animated, that makes it magical. With the goop,
Yeah, I don't know.
animate them. Try it.
Animate the goop. Is
No,
it an object?
no. Animate the barrel to see if it de-animates when it touches the anti-magic goop. Because if it stops it being animate, then you'd have to telekinesis, and I feel like that'd be a pretty big strain on the old noggin.
Yeah, I can only do that for however longer I have left on that, and then I can't do it anymore. Unless I have more charges.
These are scientific questions that the only way we'll be able to figure out is to try it. So, like, I mean, I'm all for you animating the barrel, and let's see if it can pick it up.
Why not? Let's try.
You cast your animate object spell. The barrel lifts itself up. I don't think it doesn't change its form at all, right? It just
No.
It makes it dance.
It just makes it move, right? That's because I
Makes it
remember
move.
when
And
I
if
was
it
looking at
doesn't-
it.
If it doesn't have like legs or anything, it has a flying speed.
Yeah, because that's what I was looking at when I wanted to give that bard the barrel. All right, so the barrel kind of like just sits itself straight up and thunk, 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 and kind of drifts down over the ooze. As it scoops into the ooze, there is a shuddering from the barrel. The animation does stop as the magic is absorbed through the ooze. The barrel sinks down into it, and then down through the surface. There's a
Well,
bloop of magic
it's
smoke, and that barrel
technically filled.
is definitely
Bottom of the pit.
Unfortunately, it does just absorb the magic as soon as the magically imbued object touches it.
It goes
Oh,
touch and then dies.
And the ooze isn't an object, right?
No.
Not that I
Kind
guess
of
I can
like
pass it on there anyways.
a liquid gas. It's neither, really. It's a little bit of both. It has weird properties.
Alright, well, I'm out of ideas.
I'll start writing the letter.
You pen a letter. Who is it addressed to?
Hadrian.
And just cliff notes. What's the basis of it?
Cliff notes. Dealt with
Hadrian.
the goblins. We found a green ooze substance that is essentially
Very
anti-magic,
dangerous.
and it is very dangerous. And we don't. I don't want to say we don't know what to do with it.
We've attached the sample to feathers. See what you could do.
To hopefully contain and deal with this ooze so it doesn't become a future problem.
Are you asking for his advice, or are you...
One, his advice, and then two, if he can find a way to contain it.
Yeah, send him the little. She got a little potion vial of it.
Yeah.
Attach that like messenger pigeon style to the feather's leg. That way
like-
they can kind of see it.
It is light, so feathers can carry it.
Just make sure it's corked really good and it doesn't get out.
Just don't break it.
I'll like tie it even more and then use like a wax seal to just seal around the edges so it doesn't spill.
So it doesn't spill. Good call. Alright, roll me a d20 with advantage for feathers. It's not an ability check, it's just sort of a luck roll.
Dexterity?
How good is feathers luck?
No, just a d20.
Oh, a d20?
With advantage.
2.
Cool. Alright, so as you pen your letter, it takes about probably 15-20 minutes. Night has set in at this point, as you guys have been doing your experimentations. The camp itself is still aglow with these burning like torches, but they are starting to burn out, as you know they will need their fuel replaced eventually. Over here, you're kind of illuminated by this faint, sickly green glow of the ooze. But what is the plan for the evening? Are you guys camping here? What you doing?
I kind of want to go back to the ship.
It's about a half mile away. It's definitely reachable. There's a path there. You just say the word and you guys can head there.
I'll cast light just in case.
Alright. So your investigations here concluded for now. You head back to the Starlight Dragon, where Aerith can more comfortably pen a letter. Where's the dragon? There we go. Alright.
And I will write out a detailed mission report, as usual.
Alright, Ken gets his mission report going. Alright, you attach your letter and,
I think I took Rose's room. Wait.
oh no.
She's not using it.
Oh, your tokens are here. Okay, I was like...
Yeah, Onis is in the bottom right.
Yeah, I didn't see them, so I went back to the other map to copy them, and I'm glad I didn't paste them before I start moving. Okay, so you head back to the ship. You have attached your letter and the small potion vial to Feathers. Explain to him what his mission is. He nods at you knowingly. He's familiar enough with Iriabor, knows where to go, and takes off into the night sky. Ken, you get together your writing utensils and begin writing out your technical mission report. Aerith's always come up a little bit more...
Eloquent.
Yeah, that was exactly the word I was thinking
Less
of.
professional.
Yeah, it's just two different sides of the same professionalism, really, in my opinion, because like Ken's is very technical. It's approachable, like, you know, it might confuse a layman, but it's not written all flowery, whereas Aerith goes with a little bit more of the flowery language and emotion in it. So your mission brief or mission debrief written up. Is there anything else anyone wanted to do for the long rest this evening?
We probably should be doing night watch, just in case.
I can do the first 4 hours.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't you go ahead and get us started, unless anybody had any other scenes they wanted to take care of tonight.
I'm gonna leave. Actually, I'm gonna leave all of the kiddos with Aerith for company, and well, I'm not sure if they'll be able to help with perception checks.
Yeah,
They-
it would give him advantage. He's got
Okay.
help.
Yeah, you get to
Alrighty.
hang out with the kiddos for the night. You're babysitting.
Yay.
They pile around you and curl up, and one of them throughout the entire evening will maintain its eyes, or keep its eyes open to help you keep watch. Anybody else have anything?
My bad. I didn't hear what just happened. Somebody walked in and was talking to me.
No, it's all good. Ken has set the kids to assist Aerith with watch for the evening.
Training and meditation was done this morning, so mission report was written out. Yep. No, I'm good.
Okay. Alrighty. Well then, if nobody has anything, Aerith, go ahead and roll me a perception check at advantage for the first part of tonight's watch.
Perception.
Anyone? You sit out on the deck and kind of look up through the open canopy. The space you had found was similar to the one where Goblinopolis was built. It's just sort of like a patch of trees and an empty grove, large enough for the Starlight Dragon to land. And sitting down here and looking up through the trees and the stars above and the wisps of clouds that are still kind of twisting in a weird, unnatural way from the remnants of Takashi's magic. You don't see any threats. Nothing attacks you, but it is, I don't know, relaxing. It's been a while since you guys actually sat outside and slept in the wild. You've had the mansion for so long that you've kind of gotten used to that, and being out under the trees again, it reminds you of Lintier, and it's comforting in like that kind of home away from home way. But nothing attacks you, nothing seems to accost you. You see a few shadows move across the clouds, but nothing big enough to warrant any concern. Who's on second watch?
I can.
Takashi, as you step out to
I leave the kitties with him.
take over, Aerith leaves the small pack of dragons here to assist you in your watch. Go ahead, roll me a perception check with advantage.
Nice. 2 and a 4.
You keep your ears open to any threats or approaching goblins. You don't hear anything coming from the woods. You look up once or twice to see a large bird perched on the tree branches above you.
Do you have a grudge against us now?
But not surprisingly large, just vulture-sized.
No, that's what I meant. Is the,
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
vulture have a
It's the
grudge
vulture.
now?
It's like it's more like, what the fuck? What? But again, nothing accosts you. It is a peaceful and quiet night here in the woods. Yeah. Morning comes and you can all awaken together. It's about. You went to bed pretty early, so it's about 6 in the morning as you guys wake up here aboard Starlight Dragon. Have a quick breakfast of your rations, and then I presume your daily training.
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
I'm so
as you
close.
as you guys break away from breakfast and go to continue your exercise and training, go ahead and roll me your respective skill checks for whichever you're trying to do. I know you guys were all kind of working together.
Long rest.
Let's knock out the meditation first.
All right,
Go ahead
meditation.
and get it out of the way.
I believe in you, Ken.
Oh,
Never mind. I should stop saying that. I'm sorry.
There's the problem. You listening to everything.
I know, it's all me. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry.
You gotta ask Oni for help again.
Yeah, you gotta ask Oni. Forget me. Ignore me.
you find your meditations distracted as you
Oh, that should not
are
be at advantage. I'm sorry.
20 is still good.
Yay.
Confronted once again with the obscene experimentations and effects of Thune. The imagery of the transforming goblins into the goblin dragon invading your meditations to the point where a hallucination of yourself transforming in a similar way into Ascalon shakes you from your meditation like, nope, I have to step away from this. And unfortunately, you don't make much progress today.
I guess. Alright, defensive fighting. Is that weak?
Yes, because you're still trying to train it into your, like,
Wisdom.
subconscious. Yeah. Let's see.
Can't remember what I roll.
Yeah, I'm pulling up my...
I'm gonna flash genius to that.
Alright. So... Because that's not bad. Okay, so... Alright, going from top to bottom. Aerith, you have... 3d6. Takashi has 4d6.
Okay, come on.
Oni has
Give me something
66.
Oh yeah.
That natural 20. 33.
10.
Hell yeah.
33 would be 5d6, and Ken, you have 4d6.
262 out of 275.
So close.
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
2 more good days training. So, concluding your training, is there anything else you guys wanted to do here in the... God, I need to name these woods. In the forest north of Erebor, before you head back to town, or what is your plan today, Wanderers of Starlight?
I mean, we're probably gonna have to go back to I guess give an in-person briefing and try to hear from them on what can they do to assist with this shit, because we can't do anything about it.
Okay.
What
do help?
Okay.
Spent
Ken.
an hour trying to decide what to do with the freaking ooze.
I will remind you, Ken, just because you have the keen mind, that the contract did ask for proof that the goblins had been dealt with.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do that. We need to cut their ears off and take them with us.
Yeah.
No, I got you guys covered. Only will kind of fly off real quick. However long it takes to get there, he'll spend like 20-30 minutes. He'll come back and like, all right, I got proof. Don't worry.
Okay. What proof did you
Is
get?
it secret proof?
No.
You can message me. I'm just curious.
No. I mean, it's fine. He's got a portable hole, so like he's got. Yeah, he just put a handful of goblins in here to hide the chief in that, and then he just kind of rolled the sheet back up. So we've got a multitude of goblin corpses to show as proof, including like the main one. So
Wonderful. That was what I needed to have done before we left here.
Take the skeleton with us too, so we can be like, this is what happens when you put corpses in it.
Okay. All right. Cool. It's so of all the 400 or some odd goblins you guys killed yesterday, only about 50 of them are salvageable. The rest of them turned into goop and just sort of like dissipated. And one of them was turned into a skeleton.
What do you
So
think?
it's definitely possible. You as you explore Oni, you can see the little patches where they had died. The earth there is like not gray and blackened, but definitely dead and dying. Um, like something is just leaching out of it.
It seems fine.
But
What's the worst that can happen, right?
I feel like every time you guys deal with Thune, it's always that seems fine. But you're able to gather the Hobgoblin boss, a few of the Devastators, and a handful of the more structurally sound goblins. These ones actually seem like real goblins. Okay.
Do you think if you put like just a little bit of the goop into the portable hole, would it like collapse?
Ugh. No,
What?
we're not testing that.
No, I don't want to find out, but I'm just curious. Like,
Probably. It probably just
is the room
explodes into
inside of a
corpses.
portable hole? Right? Is the room in there like magical in nature, or is it just a hole into a pocket plane? Can you collapse a pocket plane with anti-magic?
Maybe?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Let's not find out.
The last
I
time
wanna
you guys
find out, but
experimented
I'm
with interplanar objects and things like that, Rose got
Yeah.
arrested, so go for it.
Yeah, that's why Oni has not had the portable hole in
Very
the bag of
good.
holding for this exact reason.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, if anybody has any other business, go take care of that. Otherwise, we can roll a d20 for travel today, as Ken can take us to the air.
Who rolled it yesterday?
And Ken did yesterday.
And he did today.
Today. Okay.
That's our
Not-
pilot.
Mhm.
Fair enough.
That's what happens when you fly.
Fly like an eagle. I'm sorry, fly like a vulture.
Another day of decent weather. There's a spattering of strange cumulonimbus clouds, those kind of big, dark, puffy clouds, still drifting off to the west and the horizon. The remnants of the storm that Takashi had summoned the night before. But beyond that, it's just a beautiful late spring day as you cruise through the air towards Erebor.
Mia just stands next to Aerith, just kind of like looking at him expectantly.
Can I help you?
Well, we killed the dragon,
Uh-huh.
and now I'm an adventurer.
Yeah.
Now what?
Now more adventuring. It's essentially how it works.
But doesn't like does something change? Do I get something?
Well, yeah, we get paid. Because we completed a quest.
Why?
How the world works.
But what? Why? Don't you get like doesn't something happen when you finish stuff, or you like get better, or
What do you
something
mean?
I'm pure
tangible?
Mia
They just give you
character
shiny
asking.
coins.
Yeah, they essentially give us shiny coins.
But that's kind of boring.
That's kind of how it works.
Really?
Yep.
But like for always?
Yeah.
But why would you put yourself in that much danger for a handful of shiny coins?
It's just what people want.
I don't understand. It seems fairly unbalanced.
Welcome to the human condition.
Yep. Welcome to the human condition.
But like we could have died.
We can still die.
everything we go fight, we're gonna die.
Yep.
And that's really just it.
That's how it all works.
If it makes you feel better, situations like this, we could die, but think of all the people that could die if we did not just deal with Goblinopolis.
So we do it for everyone else.
Basically, you do it. Really, you can justify it however you want. You can do it for other people, you can do it for yourself, you can do it for no reason. The main point is you do it or you don't.
Okay. Well, I want to keep helping you guys, so I'm going to do it to help you. Right?
What's Mia doing?
Continuing
just
the
trying to
adventure.
Trying to figure out why people would do this.
For fun and riches.
Right?
Gets people all hot and excited. I probably shouldn't say that.
Excited
Fun,
about
funds,
death.
and fornication.
Fornications. Passionate fornication. Sorry. It was just reminding me of Hell of a Boss.
I've been wanting to watch that. I have not actually sat down and...
It's really funny.
Yeah, it looks... From what I've seen of it, it looks really funny.
Alright, well, I guess that was it. I don't know. What are we doing now, then?
We're gonna go back and, tell the people who hired us that the job was done, and then we're gonna get paid, and then we're gonna prepare for another quest.
What do you do with the pay?
Well, you can buy... Yeah, you can spend it. You can buy things like better armor, fancy jewelry, magical items, potions.
Okay.
What do you want?
I don't know. That's the thing, I guess, is I don't know. I mean, I don't wear armor, I guess. I just wear this, and she just, gestures to her robe. And I don't really need anything else.
So there's nothing you truly want. Anything you
I
want
don't
to
know.
accomplish, to do, to find out?
I guess I want to help you guys. I guess I want to find out what is happening in general. But I don't know how to figure that out.
Well, step one is to survive, so...
We did that.
Step
Mission
one,
accomplished.
live.
When we get back and we get our pay, make sure you are well kitted out.
Yeah. The Dale Lands make the last day look like a walk in the park.
I'm sure it's fine.
It is a nightmare hellscape of a multitude of cultures. People are pretty good, though. They're pretty nice. Well, as I only said nice, I kind of did air quotes. They're cool once you get to know them. You spend some time with them, immerse yourself in their culture, that sort of thing.
Are we going to do that?
Eventually, that's going to be the next course of action at some point, I would assume. This was to get funds and get prepared. We still have to make a decision on which route to take to get there. don't forget we still have 2 points of entry that we can actually use. We have the one to the north going through Icewind Dale, and then we have the one that takes us underground through the Underdark. So we kind of need to hammer out, like, come to a consensus on which of those we want to take, and that will determine what we need to take along for the trip.
So step 1, figure out how to go where we're going. And where are we going?
That's
Catch
$1
me
million
up.
question.
We have to find the Well of Dragons.
And then what?
Fight God.
Stop God. we
That
need to.
seems like a bit of a leap.
But no, there's people we gotta stop through the cult. They're doing some bad stuff that's affecting everybody.
What's a cult?
Fanatics that work together.
What if I don't know what that word means either?
Crazy people.
Okay.
If you don't know, just if you see me punch someone, or nobody shoots someone, or Aerith shoots someone or stabs someone because he's got a gun sword, or Kenny stabs someone,
Or punches someone.
they're the bad guys. Just
Okay. Got it.
if you see us attack, you just jump in. There's no such thing as a fair fight out here.
Okay. I can do that. Attack when you attack.
Yeah.
What is Ken thinking about this entire conversation we're having out here?
I mean,
Right outside the window.
I probably won't be able to hear y'all considering I'm like flying and I'm like in a cockpit of sorts.
I don't know. I like the idea that you can hear them. It's just it's far enough away that like you're a little secluded, but you can hear the conversation because they're not like if they were trying to be quiet about it, it'd be hard to hear them. But I think you'd be able to overhear them.
Everybody, shh. Ken's not invited.
We need to plan Ken's birthday party.
And Mia's just like, what's a birthday party?
Right. I mean, no one's
It's that-
explained anything.
It's that day you exploded in the forest. That's your birthday.
Huh. So 3 days ago.
Yes.
think it's
Sure.
5 now, but yeah.
5 days ago.
You're 5 whole days old.
Yes.
At least that we know of.
Yeah, I don't know. I broke your thing. And it didn't really tell me anything.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure how to keep working on that. Like, I mean, I was also gonna ask, is there anything else to do?
Nothing that I can think of.
Because all of this stuff, it's pretty weird, right? No one seems to think this is normal. Everyone always has questions about, like, what do you remember? And if I say nothing, then that's not a very good answer.
It
apparently.
raises more questions. Because normally
Wait,
a
questions
person
you can't
is.
answer.
Yeah, because a normal person is able to answer to, say that, they've been around. But
I've
you've
been
only
around.
been around for 5 days.
Yes.
Which, raises concerns.
Is weird,
It
apparently.
is weird.
Maybe your memory will come back to you with time.
If there is
Maybe?
one.
I don't know. Because if I did know, then I would remember, I think.
Well, you could always visit the Raven Queen's temple whenever we get somewhere that has one and see if she can, you know, add some insight. She really enjoys memories.
Who is that?
A deity. Someone of very, very, very powerful stuff.
Someone who does powerful things like you? You do powerful things.
I mean, sure, but I'm nothing compared to what a deity can do.
Do you know what gods are?
No? Don't think so. Or the gold dragon man talked a little bit about them kind of in general, but it didn't really make a lot of sense. But he seemed really like interested, so I kind of just nodded along.
That's Aureus for you.
Yeah. He was saying something about somebody that he works for, and he talks to him and helps him do things, I think. I thought he was just talking about his boss.
Ilmater looking at Aureus, did you clock in?
You were 3 minutes late today.
Aureus had the best boss.
He did.
Ilmater's scary, man. He's weird.
He's so like,
The
he
god
comes
of
at you and you're like,
martyrdom.
oh god, I'm gonna die. And he's like,
Right?
peace, my friend.
You're
I am
like,
here to
what?
help. And you're like, oh,
Oh,
okay.
what?
And that moment
you,
of comfort
bloody
from the
man.
adrenaline rush of Bloody Mary, yeah.
Right?
Uh,
The male version. Your deity is just the male version of Bloody Mary. Terrifying.
We just
But
don't
no.
understand them.
Yeah, I don't really understand the concept, I suppose. Of
Yeah,
gods.
nobody does.
Really powerful beings that control aspects of everyday life.
In what way?
Yes.
So, like, Mystra
Yes.
controls magic, and she made the rules of magic where people can only cast level 9 spells max. And she created the spell system.
Well, that seems kind of... Why would she do that?
To make it so people don't try and blow up the world again.
Because anything above 9th level or 9th tier spells is kind of, how do I put it, end worlding.
Power?
Even level 9 spells can be world ending.
Yeah.
Specifically Wish.
Yeah.
But like, then you have, I think Tyr is the god of justice, so he will reward people for ensuring justice and giving them, like, rewarding them with more power.
we have our own, like,
Yeah, Bahamut's the justice one. Of this
Oh, is it?
pantheon.
Okay.
yeah, so,
Bahamut is the god of justice, sorry, my bad.
no, it's all good, it's all good. I don't think Tyr actually made the cut, because I put Bahamut as justice.
Gotcha.
Oh, here.
It's been a while since I went through all the gods anyway, so.
Yeah, no, I can go through the pantheon if you guys want, and just name them and like roughly what their domain is.
Sure.
Mia would ask, and she'll write like a 1-sentence blurb, I guess, about each one in her notebook.
If Oni doesn't mind, narratively, this probably would come from him.
Yeah, no, go for it. Only he'll take out like a very worn looking book. It almost looks like a prayer book, but inside it's just his own personal notes on our pantheon.
Let me go. We never pinned the pantheon in the chat with you. What? Like I found it in my
I
list.
saved it into a note document because I've been kind of peeking and reading in on this stuff as we've been going, just so I knew a little bit about everybody. And there's some fucking crazy gods in D&D, yo.
They're fucking cool. All right, so for Oni, he has them broken down by alignment. The gods are broken into good, neutral, and evil, and they're relatively equally balanced. The good aligned gods, starting with Torm, who represents duty and honor. Ilmater, who is god of the suffering. Lyra, who is the goddess of freedom, joy, and happiness. Bahamut, the god of justice, heroism, and truth. Lathander is the god of dawn and renewal. Sune is the goddess of love. Shantae, the goddess of the harvest. Mialiki is the god of forests. Eldath, the god, I think it's a goddess of peace and water. Mistra, the goddess of magic. Saloon, the goddess of twilight and mystical knowledge. And Tamora, the god of chance and luck. And then you have your more neutrally aligned gods, the Raven Queen, who serves primarily as the humanoid deity of death. Death's domain is kind of broken up into a few different species, tend to have different representatives for their gods of death. So Null is the draconic god of death. Raven Queen is mostly serves those who are based around humans, humanoid, or have mingled with humans in one way or another. The Red Knight is the god of war, or goddess of war. Don't want to do her dirty like that. Hor is the god, or Hoar is the god of revenge and retribution.
Sorry.
Hey,
Freudian slip.
It's Hoar. So
Is there like an
Like
accent
horse
on any of the letters?
maybe, but not in the copy paste I gave Earth. So
Okay.
so it's I'm gonna say Hoar, but yeah, that was how my brain read it at first. Mask is the god of thievery and trickery. Helm, the god of protection, vigilance, and watchfulness. Joaquin is the goddess of wealth and trade. Gond, the god of smiths and crafting. Kasuth is the god of fire and flame. Sylvanus, the god of wild nature. Grumbar is the god of earth, stone, and rock. Ogma is the god of factual knowledge. Malil, the god of stories and songs. Akkadi is the goddess, I think it's a goddess of the air and flying creatures. Shandakul is the god of exploration and travel. And then you have your evil deities. These ones serve to mess everything up, but they create a balance in the universe as Oni is endeavoring to understand. There cannot be good without evil. That is the entire point. So the evil gods: Oral, the goddess of winter, ice, and darkness. Shar, the goddess of assassins and killers. Leviator, the god of inflicting, or goddess of inflicting pain. Grumsh is the god of conquest. Grumsh, he's a orc god. They have their own gods. He is a god of conquest and war. Malar is the god of the hunt. I did make one change to the list I originally sent you, Earth. Instead of Gargoth, I am making Tiamat the goddess of betrayal, cruelty, and corruption, because that just works better for our story.
Makes sense.
Talona is the goddess of poison and disease. Lolth is the goddess of the drow and the underdark.
My girl.
Umberly is the god of typhoons and hurricanes. Luthic is the orc god of shamanistic healing and witchery. Talos is the god of thunderstorms and tornadoes, and Sirik is the god of lies and deception. And that is our pantheon.
So many gods.
My
I'm gonna copy and
favorites are
paste it.
gonna say,
Mystra
can we get a
and
list of that?
Saloon.
Mhm.
There you go. Boom.
Let's pen it.
Go ahead. Just got a pin message. Boom. Oh yeah, pin it. But
I mean, there are so many. Where did they come from?
Ben and Aerith know this answer.
Not in player.
Roll me an intelligence check, Aerith.
Intelligence or religion?
Either one.
I have higher stats in religion.
No, you have religion proficiency. Okay.
I do.
All right. It's not great. Okay, so Ken, do you remember?
The tyranny, essentially,
I'm sorry. The what?
I'm sorry.
it's pretty much the tyranny campaign's equivalent to the Big Bang.
Kind of.
And then when intelligent creatures came about, they started to, I guess, seek higher power, and then that's how the gods were born.
Yes.
Born from their faith.
Ken will poke his head out of the cockpit, and having listened to the endearing conversation, he'll fill you guys in with his keen mind. He will remind you all the story Malil told you of the old god of knowledge and who they came from. The gods themselves, this isn't known to the realms of men. That the gods don't really predate you. When your civilizations when sentient creatures reach a certain point, like Ken said, they reach out, looking for meaning, for understanding, for something to believe in. Maybe it's each other, maybe it's something they make up, but that faith isn't powerless. It's not nothing. Beyond the veil of the weave lies the realm of the gods, this power source of the universe. That is what gets shaped into the gods. Initially, it's a god of fire, and that's the god of light and warmth and food and survival and the hunt, and he's just one god built around fire. But then, as society grows and nuance rises, those gods find new ways to express themselves, and sometimes a god will split a portion of itself off, like what happened with Ogma, who's older than Malil, but Malil's aspect, that of being a storyteller, and maybe not necessarily pure knowledge, created him in the same way that Sune, I just read them all. Saloon has mystical knowledge. It's not factual knowledge. Ogma doesn't care about the stories that these cultures tell, the fables, and he wants the facts. He wants to understand the truth of it. And that created a nuance in the gods. So the gods are created through the subconscious will of the people who believe in them. Which is really something only Ken and Aerith and Eodos and Rose and Aureus know.
No.
In the entirety of the world. You guys, I know you've told people a lot about the Gods Meet, but I don't think you've really shared
Not
that.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
But if you were, that is where it came
Catastrophic.
from.
Well, how does nobody fit in? Because he's from another plane, and the whole point of the plane is to keep order.
How indeed. They don't have that answer. But the plains are populated. The Feywild has elves and numerous Fey creatures.
Do they still serve or worship the same gods, or do they have their own, like,
we have our own
pantheon?
gods?
I wonder.
Flip of that, the Shadowfell. Shadowfell serves as the home of the Raven Queen, and there are Shattered Kai that live there. I don't think you've interacted with any of the Shattered Kai in this campaign, but Eris exists. So the worlds, even the realms of the gods, have people in them. Big shrug.
Well, Mia spends the next like 10 minutes writing everything down that Ken and Aerith and Oni have been saying, and then I guess she'll turn to Oni and just right. Okay, that's a lot that I don't really understand. But you said that the Raven Queen did memory stuff?
She's pretty well known for having a penchant for memories. She definitely might be one to consult if your memories are a problem.
Alright. I mean, when we get back, if we have time, would you take me over there?
Yep, of course.
I guess I don't know what to ask, but can't hurt to try, right?
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
All right. Well, we can arrive in Erebor whenever you all are ready. The flight is uneventful beyond the conversations and deific discussions you are having. There are no dire ducks this time. I was so ready to throw a massive, like, what was they called? I think it was called a death vulture. Hold on.
No, why would you do that?
Because it's in, like, it's just part of one of these books that's in my compendium is a death vulture. I mean, it's only a CR4,
Terrible.
but that's what it would have turned into if you
Still.
kept it down long enough.
Oh boy.
It has a breath
okay.
attack.
Oh no! Why?
Because it would have been funny. But you only kept it down there for one round, and
Yeah, well, she wanted to see what would happen if nobody had agreed to put his hand in there. So
Yeah.
she didn't want to like keep it in there.
What would have happened if nobody put his hand in there?
it would have been con saves. Like, your body wouldn't have let you die to it, but it essentially absorbs magic and then breaks the magic. It's like a magic enzyme. It breaks the magic down into its constituent parts and then just burps it back into the universe. So it would have taken what it could from you, which is what it took from the goblin corpse, which was whatever was left of its life energy, and what it took from the vulture, which was as much of its life
Some of
energy as
it.
it could.
So what you're saying is, until Ken gets a handle on Escalon's stuff, we need to dump artifacts that we want destroyed into it to have it break it down into composite parts and spit it out.
I mean, it would just right? It would just reintroduce more magic into the universe, I guess.
I mean, that's what Escalon did, because he destroyed it, but the stuff still went out.
Yeah.
But until Ken gets a handle on Escalon, we might have a little trash fire to throw bad shit in now.
I guess. Yeah. What if we put some of the like Tiamat stuff in there? Interesting.
You don't have any Tiamat stuff to try it on at the moment,
Right.
so
Who knows?
alrighty. Well,
Alright, I'm so sorry. I'm slightly distracted. I just saw this like just appear on my, well, it used to be Twitter feed, but now it's the X feed.
oh.
Evo is this weekend, and I saw that just now.
Oh no.
What the fuck is that?
It's a game controller.
It's a giant.
Oh God!
Big fighting stick. Oh my god.
That is too big.
I saw another one where someone used an old Xbox 360 as a stick base.
It's a control.
God.
Oh, it's dumb.
Someone needs to bring a
Super
dance
weird.
pad.
That would be
DVR.
actually impressive if they could win a fighting game with a dance pad. That would be insane. You'd probably need 2
They've
people.
played Souls games with it.
That's true.
There
I
was
know.
a guy
Yeah.
who played in a tournament a little while ago that used one of those like serious driving wheel pedal setups to fight in a
Hi.
tournament.
What?
That
I
would
don't
take so
I
much
don't think he
guts.
won, but he didn't lose immediately. Or something.
Right.
He tried.
That
That
and
would take
was
like
what was
so
important.
much
I think
Hi.
on your brain.
if you know who Technoblade is, he won a Minecraft tournament with a steering wheel.
Video
Wasn't
games are silly.
Technoblade the guy? Oh no, I'm thinking of someone else. Never mind, ignore me.
So, getting back to Erebor, Ken is able to roll me a dexterity check at advantage. Ken,
All right.
you're getting pretty good at flying the ship. You've had some practice. Landing is still okay. It's
What
still a
is
little
the
bit.
current date?
It is currently 4:19.
I'm trying to change it. There we go. I was trying to change it and then my mouse was there we go.
I'm just scratching it out.
It is.
Sorry, I was
It's
trying
actually
to-
about. Let's see. You guys got up early. You did your training. It's
So-
about 1.
Mhm.
It's just afternoon-ish.
And Cade told me that Mia's 6 days old now.
And 6 days since you showed up in the woods.
That means tomorrow's 420, which means we can't go adventuring.
We gotta blaze it.
All right. As you guys set the airship down with a little bit of a thump, you are knocked not to your feet, but just like you have to grab onto the banisters to keep yourselves from falling over. There's no damage done to the airship. The APMs cool down, and you are free to debark and head into the guild hall.
Ken's been taking the landing lessons from Halan, huh?
Yeah, he has. That man knows how to fly. All right. Where to
Chad
first?
Heading over to Hadrian's office.
Okay.
I follow.
Everybody going with?
Yeah.
So,
Is you-
is Chad at the front desk?
Oh
As
god.
you head through through the guild hall and to the out of the, you come in through a side door. So it's always awkward in my mind because Chad sits with his desk facing the main entrance, which is a good 40-50 feet from his desk. It's a big entry atrium. The door that you guys come into, from Chad's perspective, is like just off to his left in almost his blind spot. And he doesn't always expect people to be coming in from that side. You kind of have to like cross across the whole room to get to Hadrian's office, which is on the right-hand side of his desk. So as you step through, he kind of like looks up from the papers he's looking at and kind of looks over everyone, sees Ken, sees Mia, smiles, sees everybody. You guys made it back. We were worried when you didn't send any messages, but I guess how'd it go?
Guess what?
Not too bad. There's a little hiccup towards the end, but
Hiccup? What do you mean? Everyone's okay.
yeah, we're good. Everyone's fine. Where's Adrian?
Oh, he kind of like stops and looks down and shuffles some papers around on his desk. He's not here.
Okay.
If you want, he's put Miss Emmeline in charge. Said it would be good training for her to get used to running a guild that's established.
Okay. Where's Emmeline then?
I can go get her for you. Give 1 second. He kind of like pushes himself back from his desk and looks at the party a little bit, like eyes kind of glancing over, heads over to Hadrian's office and knocks on the door, pokes his head in. You can hear Emmeline's voice going, that's fine, just send them in, Chad. I'll talk to him in here. I gotta make sure they finish the job, right? Yeah, they seem like the hiccups, but, you know, okay. He turns around and looks at you guys. She's available now. You can go ahead.
Alright, let's walk in here and see what's going on.
Chad, guess what?
Oh, what?
I'm an adventurer now. We fought a dragon.
What the
Mia.
fighting goblins. What?
Goblin dragon. It's complicated.
I've never heard of a goblin dragon.
I'll tell you later. We gotta go talk to somebody
okay.
now. Okay, bye.
Bye. He kind of like holds out one hand in like a half-reaching, half-waving motion as he sits back down in his chair, and you guys push past. You step into Hadrian's office. You notice the sword that has been hung on the wall is missing. Emmeline is sitting behind his desk. It doesn't look like it was cleaned, but it looks more organized than you've ever seen it. And she's just kind of like sitting there shuffling through some papers and looks up at you guys and smiles. Hey, you're back. How'd it go?
Straightforward until towards the end. I'll give her the mission report, but like I'll fill in any details she might get confused on.
She takes the mission report, and normally when Hadrian takes them from you, he like looks at them, takes a puff from his cigar, flips the page, and then looks at you and just says, "Why don't you tell me what happened?" Emmeline sits down and starts like, you can see her eyes moving across the lines, and she's like, okay. Wow, that's a lot of goblins. That's insane. Okay. She looks at Aerith. It's like, you said they called it Goblinopolis? What in the...
Yeah.
Okay. So she more recounts it to you based off of your mission briefing with a bunch of like incredulous, what? This, no. Wait, what were they eating? You said, okay, hold on. You said Appendix E for, okay. All these notes would make a magical ooze turning into a dragon when they ate it. Okay. Well, this is all very fascinating. But you took care of it, right?
Yeah, it's destroyed. We got it.
Well,
The ooze,
Dragons.
however, is not.
Yeah. We tried different ways to neutralize it, but it's something even above our level of expertise.
Yeah.
So we're going to request if there's any high-ranking mages here to form an expedition to see if they can't find a way to neutralize it, because we can't.
and also, I guess tell them that magic is useless against it.
Okay.
So there's that.
Let me... She kind of like pulls a drawer out, starts like thumbing through some papers that you can see as, I guess, let's see. Takashi
Also
and
make
Oni
sure-
roll me insights. Go ahead.
Yes. Also make sure you tell anyone involved not to get
Don't
in
touch
it.
Don't
Yeah,
touch it.
don't let it get on you. It has
No.
a weird aging property about it that's not so hot.
No matter how much Mia tells you to, don't touch it.
Hey, no. It was for experimentation, and we found the answer. And the answer was don't touch it. So now I would say don't touch it.
That's okay. As you say this, you see her flipping through this sheaf of papers. Takashi and Oni, both of you are perceptive and insightful enough. As you look through it, you see a number of names, ages, fighting styles, skill sets. She's basically thumbing through character sheets right now.
Hell yeah.
She kind of goes, oh, well, I mean, the only adventure we had really on our payroll with... You guys are... You're cutting edge, kind of. Rose was they were the one that was best with, you know, magic. If it's beyond what you guys can do, I mean, we could. You said that you considered burying it. We could send a team up to bury it, but there wouldn't be any. I mean, the
It seems
strongest.
storable in non-magical containers. The goblins kept it in barrels, and Aerith got a sample in a potion bottle that should have made it here.
It did. Yes. Of course. Sorry, I had forgotten about the whole briefing from Aerith and everything.
She just put it aside. She was like, "Yeah, it's not important right now."
I had it. Alright, so Feathers arrived early hours this morning, pecking at my window, and I just set it aside. I hadn't had a chance. I'm sorry, Aerith. It's been a crazy morning. She takes the. Okay, so I can also see here, and she like points to Ken's mission report, and at one point there's like a list of bullet points of all the things he tried with like sub bullet points of the storage methods. So we could provision a bunch of ale barrels and go and. I'm sorry, Aerith.
That's just Aerith's face. Well,
I mean, it narratively kind of makes sense because it was like 60 miles, 100 miles that Feathers had to fly. It was quite a ways. But she was okay, so it can be stored. I could get a team together if the goblins are taken care of to secure it, but where? I guess we could bring it here.
Maybe not. This is a kind of. I mean, the town is a little bit of a, you know, source of magic, and it has highly anti-magical properties. That might not be a good idea.
But she could find a way to store it off-site somewhere.
Maybe just leave it?
Barrel it up
Would
and
that be bad?
Construct a giant lead box and load as many barrels of the stuff into it as you can. Seal the box up and just toss it in the ocean.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, well, I don't really feel comfortable leaving it out in the wild because who knows what else might eat it, and then we got another whatever dragon on our hands again.
Right. It could be kobolds, could be gnolls. There are lizard folk that have lived in the swamps there. So, leaving it could be potentially catastrophic, but I agree. This.
So who's bringing it here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could just find a nice place.
What if we just let what's his name, the guy who hates the devils? What if we just tell him to go grab it and chuck it out into Scornoble and just let it deal with let the devils deal with it? Yeah. What would happen to what happened to Robert if we gave him anti-magic slime and then it got on him? How does he function?
I feel like that'd make him so much worse. I don't want to try it.
Don't you want to find out? Because I so want to find out.
Can we fill it in like a big 50-gallon drum and fly it over Scornoble and just like
Drop it.
bring it? Yeah.
You know, you're joking. I think you're joking. I had considered Robert as a potential option. I mean, two potentially explosive substances together, maybe it's a bigger explosion, maybe they cancel each other out. I don't know, but at least it gets it further
One way
away
to find
from
out.
here.
But yeah, we kind of were at a loss for.
I send a message to Robert. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, you can anytime. Anytime you want sending Robert, please. He liked getting messages from you guys. Alright, well,
I think, yeah, just find somewhere close, but not close enough here. Just build an off-site area to store it. I think that'll be the best bet. That way we can keep our eye on it, and it's not close enough to affect any of the magic items here.
I'm just trying to think of where that would be. I mean, we could repurpose one of the farmhouses on the southern fields, but with the harvest and everything, the city will need as much as it can get. I don't know where we can put it that would be outside of influence, but still able to be kept safe.
Shit.
Right? That's what I'm at. I mean, you can anytime you want. You certainly can. Anyone can.
Okay. Not good.
She doesn't look. I mean, you don't really know her too well. You've only met her a couple times. She doesn't look good, but she doesn't like. It's hard to tell what might be going on. She just seems very panicked.
Okay, well, I mean that's understandable. Where's Dad? Obviously, only says that more respectfully and not Dad, because. But just so where's Adrian?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Flash of
Ki-
genius.
Kind of hard not to notice the sword on the wall not there.
16. She kind of like sits back and looks up at it, and I mean he had like a plaque, and now it's just like a big empty space on the wall. And she goes, yeah, he was okay. He looks at Ken and Aerith. Takashi? Yes. Kind of. I'm trying to remember who of your characters were there during this time. And she looks at you and goes, it has to do with our mutual acquaintance.
Which one?
She just looks you in the eyes. Jaeger.
Ah.
Ah, shit.
I don't know the details. Dad didn't tell me. He's been, since the council, he's been very distant and just, he got a message, a letter, yesterday, about an hour or two after you guys left, and apparently the contents of it have him concerned. He got a teleport, I guess I teleported him to the High Hall and in Baldur's Gate, and he made me promise to stay behind and take over the guild in his absence. He said that it would be good practice, that my election into guild leadership by the Wanderers, by you guys, was the right move, and that he really believed that this was the best course for me, but that it is a difficult job, and especially starting one from scratch. So he said that the guild was mine, and then he left. And she kind of like swallows deeply and like sits back in her chair. So that's where we're at. I sent him a message this morning. He's made contact with Jaeger, but he doesn't want to tell me any more than that.
Is
Thinks
it
it's
good
safer this way.
contact or negative contact? Is he being sent to neutralize Jaeger? Is he backing Jaeger up from something?
Two of them have been through a lot together. I mean, God, when I was a child, Dad used to tell me stories of their adventures. I can remember a couple of... I don't think he would have gone there to hurt Jaeger, and if anything, I think he's going to put himself in danger trying to keep that fool alive. But I couldn't stop him, and like I said, he said he needed a change. something to distract him, to get him. I don't know.
What you're telling us is time to go find Hadrian.
I mean, we can try. I wouldn't mind looking for him. I mean, I want to make sure he's okay. Jaeger was in serious hot water when you guys left Baldur's Gate, and all of it his making. I don't blame you guys at all. But like I said, I'm worried that he's gonna get himself hurt. I don't know how I would find him. I don't know if he can even be found. I don't even know if they're still in Baldur's Gate. I doubt it. But it's...
Well, tell you what. See if you can contact Hadrian again, and ask him if he wants our help with whatever it is. And if he says cool, if he's fine, then we just have faith that he can take care of things. But if he needs help, we'll be wherever he's at in a heartbeat. He's been, he's helped us out since basically day one. Like, he's basically another uncle to me at this point, so I'm gonna help. You know how I am when it comes to family.
Yeah. Alright, I mean, I can cast sending now and try. Just let him know.
Yeah, let him know. I guess we'll get the paperwork finalized and get our payment. And
What's the guy's name? I can never remember the guy's name who we always deliver supplies and stuff to.
Hindir.
Hindir, yeah. Only's gonna go find Hindir real quick and just dump the goblin corpses out for him.
Okay. As you say that with the page, she goes, right. I do need to. So I guess I should probably do my job. Very good. Welcome back, adventurers. Let's go ahead and get you paid. So you have sent the evidence here of your investigations into the ooze. I have this to study. We've discussed it. The payment was contingent upon, because you actually had to prove this to the guildmaster, upon proof of completion of the job. So she kind of like
just out
puts her
in the
hands in front
hallway.
of her.
Just, what the fuck?
What do you got for me? And you hear, oh, not in here, lad. I got precious things. No, it's gonna get all mixed up in all of my stuff. And you're pushing Oni out into the hall. I think I should go investigate that.
I'll let them handle that. I'm gonna go find Sid and see if we can't make some more progress on this portable teleportation circle.
Okay. Give me 1 second. So Emmeline will send her sending. There'll be like a moment where she kind of like sighs, looks at Jukan and goes, he says they're okay for now, that he appreciates it, but that they're okay.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as he's all right.
She takes a deep breath and, yeah, I just hope he's actually okay and not just, talking big. Anyway.
I mean, if as Hinder's shoving on me out, coming back to the, we're pretty good at tracking between Takashi and me. If you don't think he's exactly safe, even if he didn't say where, You could go to Baldur's Gate and track him down, I believe.
I completely agree. I've seen your skill sets.
You're also a wizard, right? You know magic.
I do.
We could get you a scroll for scrying. You could look.
I could.
If you don't already know the spell, I suppose.
Are you prepared to open up scrying and see your dad and Jaeger making out? Because that's always a possibility. Are you emotionally prepared to have a new dad?
Oh boy, if it were. I mean, okay. I don't have scry. I don't have. I mean, I could get the spell and.
Yeah, I could buy you a spell
focus,
scroll.
but I have no reason to believe that they're in any trouble. Okay, he took his sword because he wants to make sure he's safe. But we've seen. She looks at Ken and at Aerith. We've seen what Jaeger can do now. I don't think they're going to start any trouble. He attracts trouble, you know? And so I don't know if there's any actual concerns or if I'm just being a worried daughter. I just... Okay. She kind of like sits up and goes, "Wait a minute. I'm a guildmaster now, right?
Yeah.
I have funds. I'm gonna go get me. I'm gonna go get me a scrying orb, and I'm gonna scry on Dad and make sure everything's okay. You shouldn't have to pay for that. I can cover that.
Yeah, go.
I don't know what to do with money anyways, so I don't mind, but okay.
Emmeline's moving up in the world. She's
well,
about to acquire an orb to ponder.
She is, unfortunately. You're now 6,000 gold pieces richer, and Hendir holds up a big bag to the party. As your friend here has definitely proven that you've killed some fucking goblins, and that was a hobgoblin leader. That was a big one.
And now they're all over your floor.
We're gonna put that in our savings account.
All right. Add that to your account then. Got it. Who's keeping track of the account on your character sheets? I know it was Rose, but
It should be Ken, I think. I think we appointed him after Rose left.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Okay,
Cool.
If money starts disappearing, we know Ken's embezzling party funds.
I don't. Crap! It's gonna take forever because I remember they posted the current amount.
That's
Oh,
right.
wow.
It was in chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the Gabos.
I'll just put 6,000 plus question.
I'm looking
Plus
for the
current
art of
funds.
Mia because it was. What's that? Or
6,000.
or was it in?
Can you give me access back to Rose's character sheet? I think I was keeping track of it
right
until
there.
you took
Yeah,
it away.
You're right. Hold on, I can just. So it should be. It should have been at 8,595.
8,000.
We're back up to 14 now, right? Because you said 6K? Oh, yeah.
14,595. You could buy that potion of supreme healing.
Yeah, 14,
And have no more
5,000?
funds.
Yeah, 14,595.
Okay.
Yeah, but we'll have a potion of supreme healing. Just think of it.
That we probably will never use.
20d4
you
plus
also-
20. Or I think it's 40, actually.
You also
Let's
have
see.
Mia's money that you stole.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aerith has that in Aerith's wallet. As you guys are leaving and Emmeline's getting up, she kind of like...
It says 10d4 plus 20.
Is it 10d4 plus 20?
That's what
I thought it was more than that.
Roll
Okay.
20 compendium says.
Okay.
You want
That's
to put
not nearly as good.
You want to put that platinum away?
It's in my bag of holding.
That sounded like a fucking threat, bro.
Put the platinum away. You're gonna steal it.
It's in my bag of holding. Fine, we can add it to the fund because
Also, technically my money.
yeah, it's technically hers. So
Okay. Well, we'll leave it to Mia's decision then.
it's up to you, Mia. Do you want to keep it? Do you want me to keep it, or do you want to add it to the party fund?
You said it can be exchanged for goods and services, so I might want to look for some goods and services.
Okay. So do you want to hold it?
I guess so.
Okay. Maybe if you want to buy something, maybe have one of us go with you.
Well, I mean, I was gonna go with her and look for a magic orb. And, like, gestures to Emmeline.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was just gonna run
It's
over.
magic, like, I can help with that.
Sure.
I go over
Oh,
to
great.
Emmeline and I just say she doesn't know the concept of money, so I'm pretty sure she doesn't know the value of what she has.
Okay. I will keep that in mind. Are you going to be coming with us too?
I mean, probably, but it'll be for something different.
All right
I
then.
mean,
I do.
might as well.
I did have something for you. So much mail came in this morning.
For me?
I hadn't had a chance. Well, for us, the
Oh.
cartographers that I had enlisted aid from during the Council of Starfall sent a letter. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but it might have to do with. Remember, we were researching the location of that entrance into the Dalelands, like in the Western Mountains or Eastern Mountains. I think it has to do with that. It at least was from that Cartographers Guild. So, fingers crossed. We can check it when we get back.
Neat. Alright, I guess I'll go look for some.
All right. So is everybody heading to Manon's?
Oh, I'm looking for Sid.
Oh, you're looking for Sid. That's right. You're heading for Sid.
I'm heading for Manon's.
I thought you said stuff. Okay. Takashi, what are you doing?
I'll head with everybody.
Okay, give me one. Trying to remember what the last message that you got from Koro said, because it was like 3 weeks ago.
It has
That's right. The last one, I don't think you ever replied to that last one. 'Cause it was technically out of game.
Oh, I don't even remember the last one. Is
Here. It was so you had the I thought you were dead. You replied that you were in Erebor on the material plane, don't know how to return, and that Severin was trying to break the universe.
You know, the usual.
And the next morning, which would have been the morning of Goblinopolis, she sent that because she only has 1 3rd-level spell slot a day.
125 word message a day.
Yeah, so she's like she thinks about it all day, and then like I can't. So she had that one,
Okay.
which you could reply to, and then I know it doesn't move things forward, but at this point for her, she's like,
Yeah.
But while you do that, Ken, you head to find Sid, who... There isn't really a library here in the guild hall. There's kind of like a small study, where people can like discuss things together, but it's more of like a cigar parlor than like a study. But as you search the guild hall, you do find Sid lounging comfortably in a chair with a mug of something frothy in his hand and nuts on one shoulder, and he's just sort of sitting there with his eyes closed, sips his beer, and just seems to be very content.
Oh, getting used to everything here, old man?
Yes, us much nicer here than Garrick's prison cell. The beer is particularly much nicer. Takes a big swig of it. How'd your little adventure north go? Kill some goblins?
Yeah, killed some goblins. They ate some weird shit and merged into a goblin dragon. We killed that, and now we're trying to figure out how to store or get rid of the weird shit that they ate.
Well, he kind of takes a drink from his ale. What kind of weird shit is it? Is it like poisonous, toxic? Is it like what kind? Do we need a lead box for it? How much? Because maybe I could help build something.
Let's see. It absorbs magic. No magic can destroy it. It just sucks it up like a. I don't even know. You physical contact will absorb the life force of the thing in question because Mia, poor child, decided to toss a vulture and it rapidly aged the vulture when it came into contact with the stuff.
Oh,
So it's anti-magic and life stealing.
okay. Well, it absorbs magic. That does not sound good. And it doesn't sound like anything I'd build would be able to really contain it. I was thinking about a bag of holding. But I'm pretty sure that won't work since you probably would have tried that.
Just stretch the opening like as wide as it'll go. That way, when you dump it in, it doesn't touch the edges of the bag. So we'll just dump it all in there, and then when it breaks the bag, it'll just get thrust into the astral sea. It won't be our problem. Easy.
Easy peasy. See that? I mean, that's what I was talking about. Like, with the hole. Like, is there a way to do that with that, or would it
Well,
just
the
lapse the very
hole.
structure?
If the hole breaks, it spits stuff out.
Hmm.
Like you can actually, if we put somebody alive in it, you can break out of the hole. It's not like a.
Yeah,
like a
I,
bad
but like
I think it would just rip my fabric in half.
Yeah, I think the portable hole is like just fundamentally different in the fact that it's not like a different plane like the bags of holding, but
It just creates a hole.
It would be very
right.
interesting. But he'll kind of like rub his fingers through his beard, scratch nuts behind the ears, and he just these are like his various idioms for thinking, and it's recognizable and familiar. You don't remember nuts. He used to have a dog that he had as a mechanical companion. Now it's a squirrel. So that was a little bit of a difference, but he's always had that kind of aspect to him. And he'll like motion for you to sit down. It's like, well, maybe we could talk about some ideas that might be able to, smash together to store this goop or ooze or whatever it is. Or we could keep working away at our teleportation. What do you want to do today, Ken? How should we?
Yeah, that's what I came to find you. I wanted to at least make a dent into figuring out this portable teleportation circle business.
Fascinating. I'm loving it. Every day, honestly, I had a good day yesterday, relaxing. It was nice not having to really grind the old mental gears, but it's been real fun working with an artificer that I don't resent on some passive level as I resented many of my peers back in London. So this is real nice. Let me get out my notebook and we can pick up where we left off, aye?
Yeah.
He does.
Womp womp.
All right. Get this back to Nana. Ooh. I don't know how to spell that word, apparently.
Sound it out.
That doesn't work with the English
Hallucination.
language.
Actually, if I had spelled it out, I would have been able to do it right because I missed the two L's. I only put one L.
Hallucination. Use.
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 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Nobody's daughter has to convince the Bureau and everybody out there to back us up when we go deal with the cult.
No, I swear, I'm talking to my dad. I know we thought he
not
died
dead, I
like 36
swear.
years ago, but he's alive. I've been
not
talking to him.
hallucinating, I swear.
Right?
I'm not crazy.
You know,
Not
Severin, he's there too.
That
Yeah,
other
he's
guy
the
that we
bad
thought
guy.
was dead?
This is the response. As you guys are walking to Manon's the next morning, there's a momentary stutter in Takashi's step as the sending comes in. Unfortunately, she runs out of words.
Curse you,
And
25
I can
word limit?
respond to that, correct?
Yeah, you can.
You know, I would understand message of having a word limit. Why sending?
I've thought about this a lot because this game consumes a lot of my mental time. It has to do with the amount of words that you can naturally fit into 6 seconds, and I've tested this across
He's a
different
part-time
languages. So there's been a lot of studies in regards to linguistics and language, and a lot of it shows that languages that use more words tend to still convey information at the same rate as languages that use less words. So for sending, it's more about the amount of information that you can get out in 6 seconds before like that one round is cut off, because everything is built around that one round.
So we should all just speak the Spanish that the soccer announcers speak, because I'm pretty sure you can have a full-on ass conversation with thousands of words in under 6 seconds.
I don't doubt that, and that's my like, you know, because man, have I heard some of that, but I can't understand it at that point. So you know, like the conveyance of information is different than the amount of words, right?
You just need an auctioneer.
Yeah.
Oh God. Now I just had like, you get these weird sendings. And go once, go twice, and sold!
Gold!
I'm sorry, that was the wrong recipient.
Could you imagine how how worried it would be if you send it to the wrong person?
So confused.
I think you have the wrong number. I'm not so and so. Oh man, well then who is this? The wrong number. Oh man. Okay, so while he gets his reply typed up, we are heading over to Manon's. It is a beautiful sunny day, so there are plenty of people here shopping within Manon's as they've been out and about in Erebor. You step in, the elven woman who runs the front counter and kind of serves the more prolific clientele stands up at your entrance, recognizing Gareth, because Ken stayed behind, and kind of opening out her arms to you all and be like, "Welcome back to Manon's. How can we assist you all today?" She steps out from behind her counter or desk to meet you kind of halfway.
Well,
What do we-
I need to speak with Manon about, and I pull out the mirror, see if we can fix this.
Oh. Sorry. Oh, wrong. Wrong. I need to remember that Emmeline's with us.
She's so
Emily,
smart. Okay.
I also need to purchase a scroll of scrying and a scrying. I mean, if you have a mirror, that'd be easier to store away than a big crystal ball. So if you have a mirror that I could use, that would be great.
We have a broken one.
Well, technically, this
nod.
mirror was mirror. This mirror was used for something else, not for scrying.
Yeah, I just had the idea because I thought it was pretty, but that's not gonna work. It's broken.
Yeah, I broke it.
Yeah, she broke it.
I didn't mean to.
The elven woman whose name I have lost to time steps forward and
She doesn't have a name anymore.
I mean, she
Sorry.
does. She does. It's not important at all to the story. Steps forward and kind of holds her hands out to you, Aerith. Would you mind if I took a look?
Sure. Don't break it anymore.
Takes says, "Oh no,
I
this is
don't think
very
you broke
much
it anymore.
all but broken. I can ask if he's available. He could certainly take a look, but depending on the age of this magic, and she kind of like runs her fingers along some of the engravings along the rim on the outside. She goes, and it is old magic. Is this? Where did you find this?
Well, us Wanderers of Starlight went into this dungeon, which was nothing but hallways and rooms. And it was in one of these rooms that I found this mirror. Or that we found this mirror.
This is an artifact of the ancient Olman Empire. This is... The Olmans predated our civilization. They are a remnant of the previous age. Where did you...
I'm sorry I broke it.
I mean, it's... I'm just more curious where it came from. Where... if there are more artifacts like it, if there are more things that could shed light on... I'm sorry, it's a schoolhood interest from hundreds of years ago. This is fascinating. I hate to say that the magic does look truly and completely broken. However, he might be able to glean some insight from it and maybe do something. Would you like me to set up an audience where you could speak with him, or just hold on to this for him until he's available?
Set up an audience as soon as possible.
See what we can do. A scrying scroll and I think we have a mirror that should work for you. That is definitely doable. What about the rest of you? What can I help you with today? Mia should probably look at Mia first.
Yeah, she just kind of stands up a little straighter. Just I was told by Earth. Yeah. Okay. I was told that I'm supposed to trade money for objects.
Yes, that is the crux of civilization.
Apparently.
It really is, and the fundamental aspect of a free civilization is your choice what objects you spend your money on. So, what are you looking for?
What if I don't know what any of them are?
Then you can... That is what I am here for, dear. She kind of like steps up next to you and puts her arm around your naive little shoulders. I'm here as your guide into magical artifacts. So what kind of effect are you looking for? And perhaps we can suss something out from there.
I mean, I really like magical stuff, and I have some stuff, and she kind of just like holds up her staff. I don't know if I can use anything more that I need to concentrate on.
Yes, okay. So we got limits of attunement. That is understandable. She looks at your staff, and she kind of like narrows her eyes, like squints them, and peers in really closely. Would you mind?
Sure.
She
Holds
takes
it out.
the staff like into her hand, holds one hand out, and she's going to cast Identify. Her eyes kind of go wide. Where did you find this?
I have no idea.
Well, I would take great care never to let it out of your sight. That is a legendary artifact that I have only ever read about in theory. A staff of the Archmagi. They were supposed to be destroyed. However, yours survived. It's the staff, right?
Yeah, the staff of the Magi.
Staff of the Magi. That's it. That was it. However, it survived. And then she kind of like looks past. Hold on to that. And keep it dear. That is far more potent than anything I have here. I have fun trinkets and little bobs like your friend's decanter of endless water that could offer tactical advantages if used correctly, but nothing of that potency.
I mean, maybe that stuff would be good because I can't really use anything else super strong.
Well, why don't you go ahead and take a look around, and if you have any questions on the effects of any specific items, you can give me a holler. I can see to your friend's requests here, and then we can proceed with business. What about you, gentlemen? Is there anything that I could assist you with today?
I'm just here with Mia.
Yeah,
sure she doesn't
I don't
cause
really
too
have
much trouble.
anything I'm looking for either, so feel free to assist her.
Very good. Well, let me, since your friend here knows exactly what she needs, let me go ahead and get her scroll and mirror. Give me about 15 minutes. I'll be right back. She gives you a curt little, like, bow and heads into the back room to go and get the stuff as well as talk to Manon. Anything you guys want to do in the 15 minutes that she's back there?
I guess Mia will just kind of like wander around and like bringing various little trinkets and things to the rest of the party members, being like, "This is cool. What is this?"
Let's see. Where's my list of wondrous magical items?
Right? She's essentially just gonna like buy a bunch of little stupid magic things that don't need attunement and buy like a bunch of them. I can't find
Yeah, dude, live your
magically
best life, Mia.
He
Right.
brings up an alchemy jug.
I know there's a bunch of them. Where'd the stupid table go?
There is a bag of beans. There are actually a
yeah.
number of bags that are there. There's actually no, there isn't a bag of beans. I don't know why that. I didn't choose rare. I chose common and uncommon.
Beans.
Well, let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna leave that one up to roll the dice.
I mean, it's just gonna be like small stuff
know.
because I'm gonna buy a bunch of it.
Unfortunately,
I would have a bunch of garbage.
no bag of beans.
No beans.
No
That's okay. I have one on Rose, and I still have never used it.
Never used it. There is a
You have a
bead
ton of them,
force.
like
You come up with a small like black marble that is in a wooden case that doesn't have attunement.
cool.
A number of boots don't require attunement.
Like, yeah, pretty much anything that's like uncommon that isn't attunement.
Let's see. There's actually quite a bit.
Right? And so
there's
I'm
a
trying
number
to
of-
find the stupid table. Where'd it go?
There's a number of wands here. Here, just take this.
So I know there was one in Roll20 and I was looking at it before and it was great, and now I cannot find it.
I can never find Roll20's tables ever. But like the rings of animal influence, swimming, water walking, useful items, climbing, a rope of climbing, a rope of entanglement, they don't require attunement.
Right?
Sending stones don't require attunement. And pretty much Manon's has anything common or uncommon.
I know. So
So
Do they
while
have any
you-
rares?
Yeah, they've got a good number of rares. I just rolled to see if the rares are there. It's like a 50-50 shot.
Does he have a Cape of the Montbank? I'm also kind of capped out on attunement things, but
He does.
I might grab that actually. I didn't think about it at the time, but
Alright, so the prices would be so your common magical items are going to be 75. Your uncommons are going to be 600, and then the rares are going to be 3,000. And that's just the base price. That can be negotiated. But that's what they're kind of like, as you look at it, that's what they're listed at as you find them. Just say common.
I don't think I have the charisma to try to haggle, so I'm gonna go ahead and just knock off a nice 3 from this platinum.
you could ask Mia to ask nicely. I've got charisma.
Sure,
But she doesn't really know to haggle.
If you think you can haggle it down and not up me, feel free.
So that's roughly, it's a 20% chance that it'll have a very rare item that you're looking for. They'll be around 12,000. Your rares are about 50-50. They have 3,000. Commons and uncommons are pretty much just there. And while you do that, she steps back out into the main, or while Mia is just sort of looking
Picking up a
through
bunch of
all of the options, yeah, looking at all the ridiculous magic stuff. She comes back out with a small, like, flat wooden box lined with a silk cloth, and she opens it. You can see this beautifully crafted platinum mirror inlaid with like these beautiful inscriptions. It doesn't look like the mirror is itself magical. It just looks extremely exquisitely expensive, because that's what you need, is an expensive mirror to use as a focus. And then on top of that, she has another smaller box that you've seen before, is a scroll case, like a wooden box that can hold a spell scroll. There's a little interaction where Emmeline shows the crest of the Guildmaster for the Eriabor Guild branch and makes her first official charge to the guild to be a spell so that she can keep her eye on her dad, just because she's really afraid that Jaeger's going to get that man killed. But she has her spell scroll, and she kind of just like thanks her emphatically and looks at you all. It's like, okay, well, I'm gonna go. Well, I'll wait here. I'll just wait, because I could either sit down outside and copy this into my spell book, or we could just go back together.
Help me
And
look
I
at
think-
magic stuff.
Okay, all right, fine.
You're the only other person I've met so far that has like a lot of magical power besides Aerith, but it's a different like class of magic.
And speaking of Aerith, Manon is now available if you want to go back and speak with him in regards to... I did show him the mirror. He's not hopeful, but...
All right,
we
let's
try.
let's talk.
All right. So while Emmeline and Mia begin sorting through items, and you guys keep your eye... The guys keep their eyes on her to make sure she doesn't cause trouble. She will lead Aerith into the back to Manon's office. As you enter, he's sitting behind his desk and waves you in with a hand. The mirror is on the desk, kind of in front of him, and he goes, "And what did you do to this? How?
So
How?
Magical
was-
items are extremely difficult to break. You couldn't have just dropped this."
no, I didn't drop it or step on it or smash it with a hammer. Okay.
Those were my next guesses, but I wasn't. I didn't think you did it. I thought maybe one of your less. Anyway, how did it happen?
So we have a new comrade in our group. Her name is Mia, and she can only remember.
She sat scared at you last time.
For 2 hours, and then asked
Yeah.
you very strange questions, and then I made you dance. Yes.
Yeah. So apparently, she only has memories of 6 days prior. That's it. And this mirror is able to essentially show past memories. We tried to use it for her, and it broke.
And I was able to discern from the remnants of the enchantment. He kind of does the same motion that you've seen him do before to demonstrate enchantments, and he waves his hand over and pulls his hand up. And in the past, enchantments looked like a beautiful, almost like a dream catcher, points among these strands of energy that just weave among themselves, all laid with inscriptions and arcane runes. And as he pulls this one up, it looks like somebody reached into the middle of it, grabbed it by the center, and just tore all the threads out. I was able to discern kind of what it did based off of the edges here, that it was some sort of it peers into a specific subject's past based off of their own personal timeline, which temporal magic is, few have tried it, and those who do tend to not end well. So the fact that this somehow tied into the actual past, this was extremely powerful. I may be able to reproduce some basic functionality of it, but I doubt it would be able to show you more than a few months into the past.
Great.
And it would take a good deal of time and resources. And he looks you in the eyes with and money, but not saying that.
That goes without saying.
An object of this rarity is near priceless, and were I to sell it here in my store, it would be sold in the tens of thousands of platinum, probably.
Sheesh.
Yikes.
I'm now focused on the potency of... have you used it... So you say this friend of yours, Mia, she's no memory. Have you used this to discover memories that have been lost before? Because it seems that was its intended purpose, was to not view memory and its fallibility, but to view the past as it truly was.
When we first obtained it, Eodos was one of the first to use it, and he had some iffy memories, so it kind of showed him a lot. At least I think that's how it happened. Nanashi also used it, or nobody.
So two of your allies who have lost their memories due to traumatic events or other actions it worked on, which lends credence to my assumption of how the magic worked, but why wouldn't it work for her?
Yeah, I even did a detect thoughts to dig deep into her mind, and, to find the earliest memory, and it was only of when she appeared in the forest north of here. It's as if she was just, I don't know, created or awoke, and that was it.
It is very, I would say, intriguing if the times were better, but given where we are, I dare to say concerning instead.
We get someone to figure out what if Mia has a patron god or anything.
Hmm.
Mm. I don't know if that's
Like,
something you
then we-
can find out about somebody else. I don't know what you would
Okay.
use.
I
I
wouldn't
don't-
know either. The only thing I
Fuck,
can
just
think
me.
of would be communing with one deity to see if they know.
We could
Hey,
ask
Raven Queen, could you ask all your friends
Right.
if they know Mia?
who this is, and if they're one of
Can
theirs.
you pass this flyer around? It's just a picture of Mia. And like, have you seen this girl?
Yeah.
Do you know
Is
this
this one
girl?
for you?
yours?
I mean, it wouldn't hurt to ask.
Good. We're gonna go there whenever Oni wants to bring her over there.
If there's a
If you
temple
tell
of
her
the
to
Raven
ask, I
Queen here.
guess.
There is in Erebor.
Okay.
It's small, but there is one. Because I mean, they basically handle the funeral rites of those who can't afford their own funerals. They're the people, and they also handle all the rich funerals too. They basically deal with the dead, but they do. Over here in Manon's office, we'll look over at you, Aerith. So, would you like to keep these shards of the mirror with you, or would they be better off under my study? I don't know how much more I'd be able to glean from them, but
I'll keep them for now. See if there is a method to restore its original functionality.
well, then I wish you the best of luck. And if you do manage to restore its functionality, bring it back. There are a few really good nights from my college years that I would like to.
Oh, don't worry, I will take notes.
He just kind of like wraps up the bundle and pushes it back over to you.
And then I just place it into my bag of holding.
Good travels. I'll get back to his note-taking and research.
I'll go back to the front of the store.
Out in the store, Mia has gathered
There's
herself.
a pile of shit all over the counter.
Are these all uncommon? Which ones are common?
I think they're all uncommon. Oh boy.
Mia? Mia?
What?
You're not gonna spend all your money on this, right?
Why not? You said I was supposed to buy things to help.
You are, but you are supposed to save money for other things like food and healing potions.
Oh dear,
Those
dear,
aren't
dear.
fun.
Food is cheap compared to the fun that your friend has laid out.
Don't
for
help. You're not helping.
I think I am. I just don't think I'm helping the right person.
She wants that sweet, sweet commission.
I just look over at nobody and Onio, just like, how? Why?
Does she have enough for it?
Yeah, but it's her money. She has every right to spend it if that's what she wants.
You gotta remember, nobody sucks with money as well.
Your hat of vermin is common.
Hat of
I
vermin.
think
What the
there
fuck?
is.
Oh my god.
Actually,
I was
think-
looking through everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing the. Okay, I got it now. I see where you did the split. Okay, so there is 6. So that's a total of 4, 6, 300, 450. Okay, and then yeah, you can afford all of it.
Hell yeah.
Plus, without any haggling at all, oh my god, so many numbers in my head. Okay, 100. Okay, plus. Oh, that's what happens. The total for your pile here is going to be 4,650 gold pieces.
We're gonna walk into the little modest temple of the Raven Queen, and Mia's just gonna have 2 armfuls of random knickknacks, bric-a-brac that she just picked up in this.
I guess I should also add to that a bag of holding.
I guess.
Although she's probably going to be wearing most of it.
Bag of holding
because
as well.
a lot of it is wearables.
It is. That would put your total at, let's say 4750.
Can she ask if it could be a little bit cheaper because she's buying so many things?
Roll me a persuasion check.
A bulk discount.
Right?
Aerith already made his way out and is making his way to the library.
Okay, so you have, as you walk past Mia's massive purchase and see Mia open her big puppy dog eyes and somehow water them just a little bit, you hear, fine. Okay, let's see. How about 4250? I'll give you this one for free. And she holds up a, let's see, which one? She holds up a deck of cards. I'll just include this in the purchase and knock its cost off the top. So 4150.
4150. Math. Okay. Minus 450. Oops. Okay, but she just spends the next 10 minutes trying to count out platinum.
As you start struggling with it, the woman goes, "If you don't mind, I can actually do this really quickly."
Okay.
She takes her hand, and it's like watching. It's almost like watching an artist. The solid, quick movements of her hands. She grabs stacks of platinum pieces and then puts her hand out and will just create a stack that's exactly 20 platinum pieces high. And within about 3 minutes, she has all of your funds counted out, and she hands you your bag back and pushes her piles aside and gives you a big warm smile.
No funny business? We didn't see her swap any extra platinum for her trouble or anything?
No. You have a high enough insight and perception that a roll isn't necessary. She was completely above board. No funny business.
Okay, good.
I was about to say, you've got 2 people with the highest perception in probably the entire world.
She's
You
being watched by 6 hawks. Alright.
It's what
You
she's
have
doing
your
with the platinum.
pile of goods now. No. You have your... Do you want me to list all of the things that you had, or do you want them to be discovered one by one?
Let's discover them one by one.
Oh, Jesus. Well, we already know one.
You see in her pile a circlet,
Yeah, you guys
deck,
can look.
some gloves, a ring, a wand, one of those paper fans. There's a cowboy style hat, a bottle of perfume, a big German Stein tankard with an openable top. There's actually 2 wands. Sorry, I see the second wand here now. Another small, it's not like a potion, like a healing potion. It looks more like a tiny draft vial, and another ring. So a handful of rings and some other bric-a-brac. Most of it actually fits on Mia or in your pockets.
Yep.
I'd say the only thing is the circlet and the hat both go on your head.
So you can only wear one of them. Well, technically, a circlet fits on your
You could get under the
forehead.
hat.
You also don't need to actually be wearing the hat. You just need to hold it.
Hell yeah.
So just like grab some like leather straps and just tie it around your neck.
Like
Just sit it on the top of your staff.
Wait, is it a circlet or is it a diadem?
It's a circle.
So circle.
Okay.
Alrighty. Anything else here at Manon's? I know Aerith said he's heading to the library.
Because I was just so done with it.
Nah,
no problem.
I grabbed the Cape of the Montbank. Nobody, you got anything? Need anything while we're here?
Nah, I'm plenty good. And I'm full on attunements anyways.
Emmeline calls after you as you leave, Aerith. Just come see me when you get back to the guild hall, and we'll look at those whatever the cartographers guild sent us. Okay?
Okay.
The longest pause.
Delay.
Sorry.
She's like sitting there like, did he hear me? Should I run after him? And then his hand just goes up. Okay. He heard me. He definitely heard me. Okay. All right then. Well, what else? Do you guys want to stop, get some lunch, go back to the guild hall? Like, what should we do? We're out in town.
Yeah. What places are there? Fun places to go out here in town? I don't know anywhere.
Little coffee shops. Yeah, come on. I'll show you. Mia will just show you, or not Mia. Emmeline will show you around town.
Mia will show Mia around town.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Aerith.
Yes.
Ken.
Oh.
You've spent. Where did you ever roll me intelligences for your? I don't think so. No.
Nah.
Okay. As you spent the afternoon working with Sid on your teleportation circle, roll me an intelligence check with advantage. You guys make progress. Oh, didn't even need
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Get it.
You get yourself your own stein of ale, and the two of you get to work, and it is a good day's work. By the end of it, the basic idea of it is sound. Teleportation circle works by creating a folding point in space. It folds a specific target back onto wherever you cast it from, be that your originating circle that you drew out with the chalk, which is then destroyed, or another circle. You know this. You've seen Eidos do it. The strangest aspect of it is that light doesn't permeate through it. Physical objects are the only things that can. Smoke can't. Light. You've seen water go through it, but for the most part, it needs to have some sort of force pushed against that barrier, which means that it's not just connecting 2 points of space, but it's also putting something of a buffer between it. These insights into how the teleportation works gives you guys the right place to jump off of. It's still an obscene amount of arcane energy that's going to be needed in order to open the gate, as well as a precise amount of skill applied. I.e., you'll still need to use a 5th level artificer spell slot in order to make it function. But by the end of the day, you have the first version of the gate's blueprints not done, but ready for revision, which you know is the first step of designing something.
Progress.
Sid is looking over.
Pog.
This is incredible. So we can use magic to take what's there and make it what's here, and then vice versa. And the biggest limitations within the teleportation circle are the targeting systems itself. But if we could create some sort of way to move those targets, perhaps a dial or a series of, I don't know, icons around the outside, 38 of them maybe, and then we choose 7. I'm getting way too Stargate, but it's essentially what you guys are creating is something that can be reprogrammed depending on where you go, that doesn't require it to go a year. It would require you to get the device there, set it for its local coordinates, and then you could open it. But that's the rough outline. Was there anything else you wanted to do while you're here working with Sid today, Ken?
I got enough to. That'd be too much time. I'm good.
Okay. Aerith, did you get to the library, becoming a familiar second home here in Erebor? What you looking for?
Books on gravity magic.
If you're continuing your research into gravity magic, roll me an investigation with advantage. As you step through the door and wave to the young gnomish girl who runs the front counter, she kind of waves back at you and doesn't really even ask anything or anything. You're just becoming a regular face here. You step through and into the more protected wings of the library, where the more potent magic is, and you begin to poke around there. It's frustrating because all you really have to go off of here in the library is what you found already, and that's just a lot of theory crafting. And then, as Manon had mentioned, time magic, your mind kind of drifts into that direction, looking into some of the accounts of that, and you do actually find some intersection there. In looking into time magic, you find a researcher who was attempting to travel back in time by creating a point of such intense gravity that he was essentially trying to fall into the past, if that makes sense. He was trying to pull himself back through the force of gravity and had found some simple ways to manipulate it. Give me an Arcana check.
With advantage or normal?
Just a flat Arcana check. Okay, all right. Let's see. Okay. It takes the rest of your afternoon and well into the evening, to the point where your stomach's starting to rumble because you don't have tasty coffee treats with Emmeline. You have what little you can get out of the quote-unquote vending machine here at the library because you're entranced. This was what you were looking for. This tiny little aspect of time travel being the key to magnifying gravity. And by the end of the day, you have a tentative spell that you think would magnify gravity within about a 10-foot radius sphere using the lowest levels of magic that you have available to you. And I can say that you can now add magnify gravity to your spell.
Yay!
You made progress.
I made progress!
You-
Them flying creatures.
Gravity mage. All right.
I will be the first. No, that's a lie.
Mia, Emmeline, Takashi, and Oni, the four of you end up at a nice little cafe where Mia treats you all to a lunch here in the city. Anything you guys wanted to discuss, or did you guys just want to head to dinner at the guild hall, long rest? What's the plan?
I guess I'll ask Oni when he wanted to go to the Raven Queen's church.
Oh, whenever. If you want to go now, we can. Most places like that are usually welcoming most times of day.
I think it's over near Ilmater's church on the northern side of town, so should be able to get over there pretty quickly from here.
I was up there before, when I was looking for the library. Do you think Oris would want to come with us?
I'm just like, I don't know who that is.
I mean,
Oh.
I don't think he bothered.
I mean, you know Aureus? Other way.
Well, I met him yesterday, and he was really nice, and took me to see Aerith at the library, and we talked a little bit, but I didn't really know what he was talking about. And then we talked about gods and stuff today on the airship. And I'm gonna go talk to her. Looks over at Oni, like, confused a little bit.
She kind of gives you like a raised eyebrow and then shrugs. And I mean, we can always stop in and see if Aureus wants to join us. But he might just want to focus on his flock, as I think they're coming to be known.
And just shrugs. Huh? Couldn't hurt, I guess.
Wait, bill paid. We can just go ahead and head on over there right now.
Alright, let's go.
As the four of you finish your lunch and head across town to the Raven Queen's temple. It is another small little chapel, very gothic in design. And as you step in, there is this like wash of stillness. The doors don't creak, but they swing open slowly as you push in and step in, and the darkness within the temple itself is almost all consuming. And as you kind of like blink to adjust your eyes, the low light of the candles along the wall flicker and illuminate the space enough that you can see by once you've shaken the brightness of the day. A older woman, maybe late 50s human, steps forward with her arms kind of resting over themselves and in the other side's sleeves, and she steps up to you and goes, "Greetings. Welcome to the Queen's Temple. How may we be of assistance?"
I don't really know what I'm supposed to ask, but I was told that I could possibly talk to the Raven Queen about memory stuff.
We've got a direct line to the Raven Queen. We'll be alright.
You can always talk to the Queen. Answers
Okay.
from her are less common.
Right. Oh, so she might not answer?
Ironically, there is no answer.
O'Neill kind of filled that question for her. Not all gods respond really ever. Some do, some don't. Some act or enact their will through people, through the deeds of others, through word. Some don't. So it is just
Even
a
if I
chance.
ask Even if I ask really nicely?
Abby,
You can
give it a
certainly
try.
Prayer is not about tangible result in most cases.
The mantra
And-
of D&D, you can certainly try.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, if she doesn't answer, then how am I supposed to figure out, though?
Yeah.
The priestess kind of sizes everyone up, looks over all of you. You all are... Oni and Takashi, you both kind of walk with an air of, not normality, but you don't have radiating magic, kind of just showing off all over. Mia definitely looks a little bit more, I think flush is the right term. The priestess takes her hands from her cloak and holds them out like to either side of her. "If you wish, I can channel my holy powers and talk with her directly, asking up to 3 questions. She will then answer. However, these services are rare, and a donation of respectable amount would be appreciated in exchange for my services. She kind of puts her hands back together and clasps them back into her cloak.
Mia hands her a rat, a frog, and a bat from the newly acquired head of
Here's a rat. I mean, yeah, I should be able to just... 3 questions should help, right?
3 questions, and I can only give yes or no answers.
Okay. Do you think that would help me, or... I mean, it couldn't hurt, right?
I think so. It will definitely set you down at least starting path. I'll give you a point of
Okay.
reference. Since you don't have any memories prior to 6 days ago, you could always ask, did you ever have memories prior to 6 days ago?
That's a good first one. That's a good question first. Okay, what else do I ask? What would be helpful?
You're sure Mia is your first name, right?
That's the only name that I know. So I don't know.
What sort of time frame is this, like, divine intervention? Is it a very small window we need to have them prep, or can we take a few moments after one to think about the next?
Normally, the spell only lasts for 1 minute. Here within our temple, I believe we would have the time we need, though the limitation of questions would still be in effect. It's just commune, but it's not going to have the 1 minute duration.
Okay. Then why don't we start with the 6-day question first, then, and then if you did have memories before then, we can go one way, and if you didn't, we can go another way.
Okay. What kind of donation? And she'll like hold out a platinum piece. Is this? Do you like this shiny thing?
Yes, a donation of gold or platinum or silver or even copper would be appreciated. Any amount helps, though. She kind of looks at you in this very stoic, like, I'm not trying to rob you, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to highway robbery you thing, but do remember the magic used is potent and rare, and such donations also carry the appreciations of the divine and those who follow.
So, more than one.
She does not answer.
Okay, so how much do you have, Mia? Because you bought a bunch of things.
I have 355 left.
Okay.
Yes, platinum pieces.
Alright. And I still have 490, I believe. And I don't think it's gonna take 7,000 to talk.
Hope not.
No. You guys have donated to a church in the past to have them help with Aerith's resurrection.
Diamonds.
And that was the diamonds. I think you also paid, like, it was honestly like 300 to 500 would be acceptable because it's a 5th level spell. So it's like on the same level as Raise Dead type thing. Oh no.
I think I broke Roll20 in general. Like, all the images are all like broken images now, and I can't look up anything in the compendium.
No, you might have to reload Roll20.
I did, and it didn't do anything.
Why are you breaking things?
I don't know. Let me try again.
To be fair, it's in character to break it.
It is.
Looked up too many things. Alright. The pictures are back. Can I look up stuff? Yes, okay. Fixed it.
Heck yeah.
Okay. You said like 300 to 500 ish
Gold, so like 30 to 50 platinum.
gold. Okay, I will give her 55 because that will make my number even.
Okay. You kind of scoop out what you assume is
Just a
55
handful.
platinum. Yeah. And as you do, there is no change of expression on her face, but she holds out like a small bowl. The donation goes into the bowl, and she covers it and sets it down next to her. Please follow me to the rectory, where we can sit in private. Do you have your first question?
Yes, I think so, right? It was whether I've ever had memories?
For 6
Do you
days.
have did you have memory prior to days ago? But
Okay.
you basically became a 3-year-old gaining its own set of consciousness.
Right.
She leads you into the back, into a very small room. It's only about 8 feet to a side. It's closer to like a cell. The 5 of you in here, it's crowded, but not not too bad. You're just kind of shoulder to shoulder. But I feel like everyone's a little too interested to sit this one
It
out.
depends on whether Aureus. Did we actually go get Aureus or not? I can't remember.
I just sort of put you.
So I
in
think
next
it's
to him.
just-
I don't think you went and got him.
Okay.
It's
So yeah,
still
it's
the
just
5
us.
of you because you have the priestess.
Us 4 plus her, yeah. Okay.
So as the 5 of you step into this room, she closes the door. The light, the small, dim candles on the wall, producing just barely any light in here. It's almost complete darkness. She reaches out and takes a handful of incense and kind of just throws it into a brazier in the middle, and smoke fills the room. She sits down and casts commune. There is a billowing shadow that emanates out from her and then kind of like encompasses around her, almost like a blanket. And she speaks out. Let's see, your question from her perspective was, does this woman have any memories, or has she ever had any memories from before 6 days ago, correct?
Yeah. I think so, right? Like, past the 6 days that I remember.
Yeah.
I just want to get the wording right.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think.
She speaks the question out into the ether. It echoes once through this small room, and then it's just silence. Her eyes open. She says no.
Okay. So, no.
All right.
What
Well,
do we ask next?
that confirms that you might not have existed prior to that, which might be a little heavy for you to come to terms with. Might not be.
Yeah, I'm not
Like-
sure what to think about that.
We could ask if a god created her. Because I don't think who else has the power to pop a random being into existence.
Priestess, like, she just watches as you guys discuss, but she doesn't really prompt much. Just whenever you guys are ready.
What do you think the next question should be?
Yeah. I mean, how do you feel about that one, Mia? You think that would be worth
Sure.
asking? I mean, this
Do you-
is your life we're talking about, so.
Yeah, I mean, is that too broad? Like, in general, are all humans created by gods?
It's kind of the opposite from what we heard, right? Wasn't Ken and Aerith pretty clear on the
Humans
fact that
created
it's
the
the
gods?
other? Yeah. Maybe don't only kind of motions to keep it down, because somebody talking to a god right now might not take too kindly to that. But I guess ask more nuance. Did a god have a direct hand in your creation?
Okay, that sounds good. I guess ask her that. Did a god have a direct hand in creating me?
She closes her eyes and speaks the question out. A moment passes of echoing silence. Her brow kind of furrows. She opens her eyes and goes, "She says it is unclear. That
That's not a yes or no answer.
it can answer this way, though. Read commune. Unfortunately, my goddess says your existence is outside of her realm of knowledge."
What does that mean?
I don't believe that can be answered with yes, no, or maybe.
Okay. That's not helpful.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is and kind of isn't, because it sort of means that someone can answer it. So it seems like there must be some kind of higher power involved. It doesn't necessarily help us narrow that field down, though, because Oni will take his little book out, flip through the pages, and count up the gods. You know, there's this many potential gods that could have had a hand in this, and not all of them would necessarily offer up the information.
I mean,
It
we
could have
could
also been the
keep-
wording of the question.
yeah. Or we could keep paying her money and she could keep doing this and ask about all of them. Just, was it this god? No, was it this one?
The limitations of my magic would prohibit that, but
I mean, we could
I
come
could
back
do this
tomorrow.
once a day. Yes, we could definitely do this
Ask
once.
every single god.
That
Our
would
No.
only
downtime
take like
event is just like communes at the Raven Queen's temple
Queen.
and building a Stargate. Raven
that
Tween.
would
Oh God.
that would take like a month.
Right.
I mean, well, look at Mia. Like, she radiates magic, so I would assume it'd be one of the more magic inclined gods.
Like the magic one.
Yeah,
The magic one.
the magic one. Yeah,
So
I don't
I'm
know what the
scrolling
last
back
question-
through all the other ones.
Mistra would be the god of magic that I can think of off
Yeah.
the top of my head.
It's just like I don't know if there's any other ones. Saloon, mystical knowledge. So you're really the only ones that have to do with magic, aren't they?
Okay, wait a minute. When did Mistra disappear again?
Let's see. You first heard about it at
The meeting.
the council.
How long ago was the meeting?
I'm trying to get the exact dates here. Give me a second.
Because Mia says she woke up 6 days ago in the forest.
So the Council of Starfall was on. Oh God. 14. No, that was the final meeting with Braun. Okay. Gathering. Okay, 416. So it was a few days before that. That was when you guys went to. The first time it was noticed was when Silverhand tried to reach out to her when you were talking to her. She did it, like, she tried to commune while you guys were in her office, and that was the first time Silverhand went, huh?
And how many days
Frazzled.
ago was that?
Oh God, I'm trying to find my notes.
No pressure, Cade. No pressure.
I know, right?
No pressure, Cade.
It's so long.
No pressure, Cade.
The third day, can stop at displacement cloak. No one's...
I think it was 2 days before the 16th.
Yeah, it was traveling.
on
It
the
was
16th,
traveling
right?
around the world, so it was on the 13th. 6 days.
So, Mistra disappeared when Mia showed up, or like they kind of correlate.
They correlate. Yeah, you don't really know exactly when she disappeared, but you know that on that date, one of Mistra's followers tried to commune with her and couldn't.
Right, but they don't commune like every day, so it could have been longer.
It could have been longer. I'm just saying that's like in my mind, that's a pretty correlation. God of magic disappears. Really magical lady shows up in the woods.
Mm-hmm. What do we ask for the last question?
We could ask if you're connected to Mystra in any way, if we want to see how well that correlation is, unless you guys have another question.
Don't Elmo this.
I don't know what else to ask, so
Yeah, go for it. If we don't have any other like pressing things that you want to ask,
I just don't know what else to ask.
We can come back tomorrow, worst case scenario.
Alright. Am I connected to Mystra in any way, you said?
Yeah, do you have any connection to Mystra?
Alright. Ask that.
ask that.
She kind of like she's looking between all of you, listening to the conversation, and closes her eyes and speaks. Does this woman here have any connection to Mystra? There's a moment. Let's see, how would the answer come out?
I hope it's not like vaguely worded, and we get it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
He uses magic.
Magic. Yeah.
Right? Everyone's connected to Mystra.
She does. It is unclear. It's an unclear answer. The answer I get is the same. She opens her eyes and looks at Mia. You are not governed by the Raven Queen. Your soul does not belong to her. And therefore, she does not know from whence or to whom it does belong.
Yeah, I don't really know her very well, because I kind of just learned about her this morning.
Well, what gotta say? I mean, what?
I'm sorry that my answers could not be more insightful.
Do we get a 2/3 refund?
Meh.
I mean, it was definitely helpful. We finally established like the 6th day was her starting point, and not just somebody had their memory blanked.
Yeah.
Much we can at least be sure of. She can say that the memories. There are no lost memories. There are no stolen memories. The woman sitting before us, Mia, the memories she has are all that there ever were.
Mia, you know how you can look at people and see their like magic?
Mm-hmm.
Can you see your own magic? Like, can you look down and see?
Right, she'll just like look down at her hands and just, can I?
Yours? So, for Mia, you kind of... Okay, so, it's like living in a world with a purple sky, okay? If you lived in a world with a purple sky, the sky being purple would never seem odd, even if it was only purple to you, and everyone else was blue, and you were like, that's a purple sky. Like, no.
You're colorblind, bitch. Shut up.
Yeah. So, when you look at it, you do see that same kind of weave of energies and threads all around you, but it moves and flows and kind of fluctuates, almost like a Rorschach painting. Or like the ley lines that drift all over the world, and you can see those. So it's kind of like this shifting of threads across your entire form that just sort of rolls and moves in relation to where you are in the world, what you're doing. It's so familiar that it doesn't strike you as different, but it is slightly different. than everybody else's, where they all sort of, it doesn't move around them as much. It weakens and like frays out, and it's like taking a cloth sheet and stretching it so that the spaces between the threads are visible, and then tightening it back up again. That's more what you see from everywhere else, whereas yours just sort of flows around you like water.
It looks like magic,
Magic.
but I mean, different than like, and she'll like gesture to Emily.
Oh, it's magic.
This is confusing and very fascinating. What is this? What do you guys think this implies? Actually, I'm gonna roll an insight check for Emily. That's not bad. I mean, like, historically, we know that. She kind of looks at the priestess, who is at this point put out the incense and is like standing up and getting ready to leave the small chamber. She looks at all of you. Is there anything else that you require of the queen this day?
I mean, if she wants to answer some questions like herself instead of through you, but I don't know how to ask that.
Years of training, devotion, and practice.
I don't think we really have the time for that right now.
And return
Maybe
tomorrow
later?
when my power has returned and I can ask her more questions if you so like.
Mia
Okay.
has 6 days in a dream.
So she'll just kind of, while you guys are continuing to talk, she's going to move you back out into like the main
Get out.
part of it, so that she can return to her duties here within the temple. It's up to you whether you stay or go. She's not going to make you leave. But,
I mean, I have a theory, but it's pretty far-fetched out there.
what do you
Okay.
think?
It sounds like your theory might have been what I assumed almost immediately.
I have a feeling that Mia might be an avatar of Mystra, or if Mystra.
I don't know what that means. Is it a good thing?
I don't fucking know.
I mean, okay.
I mean,
If-
so sort of, because that means she's still extant, which would be good. But it also means that the fact that she's unreachable, and what we are aware that is currently doing in the Dale Lands as like the convergent point on those ley lines that were mentioned. It could be affecting her, and you being here might be a direct result of that, either to help stop it or as a consequence of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. That was kind of where I was going too. My problem with it, if she was an avatar, then technically Mystra would still be out there as Mystra. But we've discovered that no contact to her is working. It's all just. So maybe.
Maybe a self-defense mechanism?
Maybe. How would we even be?
Maybe the gods split, like with Ogma and whatchamacallit. Maybe there's some nuance to the magic now.
Maybe you'd have to. Is there a Church of Mystra here we could talk to who might know more?
Not really. One dedicated to Mystra. Technically, they have a small chapel in the library, but it's more for like the wandering monks. Emily
We don't
is
have
cool.
anybody who could ask questions to.
We could go ask Aerith to write a question in a special book.
I think you did, didn't you?
I think at one point, I can't
And
remember.
Ogma replied with, I think you asked something like, what's up with her? And he replied with, I have no idea. Or something along those lines. 'Cause
Yeah.
I remember that.
I don't
Like,
fucking know, bitch.
we could, I mean, the biggest thing that I'm stuck on is the implication of it. Like you said, if she's here and if you are Mistra, then why? Why?
Well,
I don't know.
Why now?
she does have her
Assumedly-
memories. So I'm assuming there's a reason for that.
Assumedly not good, right? Because this all kind of coincides with the cult just doing its fucking thing. Maybe it's getting really bad, like inconceivably bad.
Or we're all wrong, and she's just a random person.
She's just a crazy person.
Probably.
Well,
Why are you
okay.
agreeing with that?
Well, okay. So, cult is doing cult things and
Mhm.
could be affecting. She's like studying between like Mia and Oni, and it's like I mean, do we take it as a good sign or bad? Didn't you say there were, aside from your own name, why did you come to Iriabor? I know Chad found you asking around for food and she kind of like snaps. I think he said you were looking for a roadie too. What?
Oh, right. She digs her notebook back out and like opens it up. Okay. So, I mean, I didn't come here. I just kind of started walking, and this is where I ended up. But I do know, and she'll like flip the page around where she has that like just mess of those names that she knows.
Anon, Lorena, Rody. Over and over and over and over and over again. Like a crazy person.
It was so I didn't forget them.
Okay. So let's go ahead and make an assumption that for some reason you are the goddess of magic. Or an avatar of her. Why these three
Sure.
names? Why Iriabor? Why the woods? Why so much of it?
Don't know.
Any theories?
Where are the locations of those three people?
They all live in Iriabor.
Manon we were just at, and I don't know who the other people are.
Manon is your magical item purveyor. He runs the shop. Lorena does all of your magical tattooing. And Arodi has been Iados's foremost leather worker, I guess I could call her. So the three of them you've all worked with in one way or another to enhance your stuff.
I meant their location on Erebor.
Manon's over here. Lorraine, Arodi is in the guild hall, and Lorena is down in the Colors of Magic, down here in the center.
At first I was thinking, well, maybe there's a symbol on the map.
I've had this map for so long, I don't plan that far ahead, man. But go ahead.
They're magic. I was gonna say, well, most of them are magic based, correct?
As far as I know, they all use it in some way or another. Even Arodi, though her use of magic is more natural than arcane. But being a ranger, she has been known to cast a spell or two. Okay. Why would you...
Sorry, you go.
No. Emmeline's literally just kind of like stammering out half questions because she doesn't know how to phrase what her brain is trying to wrap it around.
I was gonna say, like, is there any other information you remember, any other names, or anything else?
No, I mean, besides having this stuff, and she just like gestures, and she's got her staff and the robes, and she pulls out like a little vial of blood that's hanging around her neck. I came with these, and I don't know the people that I know their names, but I feel like I know them. But I don't know what to say to them because I don't know why I know it.
Do you know
Could
whose
be, but
blood that is?
No.
it could have to do with the rapid advancement in their, arcane understanding and techniques that the Wanderers brought about.
Is there any text or writing on any of the items? Like,
I mean, there's ornate, like, inscriptions. What languages do you speak? I think it's like common and thieves can't, right?
I've
me?
got
Yeah.
Celestial, Common, Draconic, Elvish, and Infernal.
I know Draconic, Elvish, Thieves Can't, and Common.
Okay. Oni, as you let them examine the blood vial,
Sure. Yeah, I'll take it off and hand it to him.
take a look at Mia's artifacts. Let's see. So most of the inscriptions on there are arcane in nature. They're there to help facilitate the magic that runs within it. What you do find on the I cannot get the freaking word, the blood vial,
Yeah, the blood well vial. Yeah.
is you see one phrase in Celestial. It just says, "Wherever magic is worked, there I am."
I mean, that sounds like Mistra.
You got a little bit of Mistra blood in you.
Do gods have blood?
You better hope,
Everything's
'cause
got
you gotta
blood.
make Tiamat bleed.
Sure.
Technically, because Bahamut saved Ken with a blood transfusion, and we know how that went.
Right.
Is that your blood?
She just drugs.
I mean, the phrase made it sound like it might be Mistra's blood.
I have no idea how we would test it.
You just drink it. Just pop the cork, take a sip.
Don't do that. Do not do that. Please don't do that.
Would it help to, like, she'll turn to Emily and just, do you identify stuff like that lady in the shop did? Would that help?
Try. Let's see. Cast identify on it. Properties, how to use them. Charges.
Why's an Aerith here? We need help with magic, and the two least magical people are here.
Right?
Because it makes for the best narrative.
Yay.
Because
He
Because we
decided
started
once
the
again
battle
to
talking
go
about
to the
gods.
library.
For my own
things
research,
Right.
which came to fruition, I have a new spell.
We do.
You
Okay.
can always call him over, I guess.
She
I mean,
kinda-
if you have
she-
the magic.
I know Emmeline has sending.
We'll knock the door down
She
in the
does,
library.
Let's see, where it is. She casts sending on the Bloodwell vial, and it is a Bloodwell vial. It conveys across to her the normal, like, it can be used to, I think you can recover sorcery points while using it. It
Yeah.
increases your spell save DCs and your attacks, so it makes your spellcasting more potent. But it doesn't tell her whose blood it is in there. However, she knows that from the understanding of the item, it has to be your blood. You have to put the blood in to attune to it. If your attunement to the vial ever ends, the blood inside turns to ash, and more blood has to be added.
See, it's your blood. You can drink it.
It is.
Drink the blood.
Don't drink your own blood.
Seems weird.
It is. Do not drink your own blood, please.
Okay.
Why are you trying to get her to drink her blood?
I ask myself that question about a lot of things you guys do. And
To be fair, most of our characters are pretty out there.
I love it. It's a great story, man. I also like the idea that you guys are just kind of chilling in the Raven Queen's temple, like having this discussion.
Trying to like work through the weeds to get some sort of idea of where to go from here. With
So the one person said your staff is really rare. Could you spin it around, see if there's any engravings on that?
You you examine over it. Both of you guys roll me an investigation.
And my clothes. Did you want me to take
I
those
believe in
off?
you, nobody.
Keep
I
your
believe
clothes
in
on.
Nice, good job, guys.
I like how the two people who have high investigations are very far away. The two
I have
people
good
who are
perception
proficient
and
with good
insight.
magic.
Yeah, you have
Or investigation.
Oni has Celestial, and Takashi doesn't, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you find more of that strange inscription. You can at this point recognize arcane sigils and glyphs and runes. You can't understand them, but you can at least recognize the script of Draconic and how that's used and where it kind of shifts into Celestial. Pointing that out to Oni, this one reads, "Behold me and fear me, yet behold me and love me."
Do you know any quotes from Mistra? Oni? Do you know her
Let me know what you
gospel?
Do you know any quotes from me? Not off the top of my head, but I can certainly take a shot at running through my book.
Roll me a religion check. Okay, 15.
That's not bad.
The words do sound familiar. It's not like Mr. has, a Bible or anything like a prayer book, but her communications with the material plane have been recorded throughout the past, and the way that it's phrased, specifically the way that it's written in the dialect of this dialect of Celestial, it seems similar, but you're not 100% sure. Looking over Mia's robes as well, as you offer to take them off, Emmeline will go, no, I can cast, we can do identify, you leave them on.
Okay.
They actually look pretty, she kind of like sizes you up and down and blushes a little bit. Form-fitted, they look like they're hard to get back into. We'll cast identify on that as well. Be like, okay, so everything you carry is extremely rare, powerful, and potent. That is a robe of the Archmagi, also believed to be lost during Great Wars. What? Okay, that just continues to track. Let's see. She's
Robe of
gonna
the
roll.
Magi, come on.
That's what she's saying. She doesn't need more stuff, man. She just bought a bunch of random magical stuff. Do you guys want to roll me investigations to see if there's anything more on there?
Sure, but this could be all up to you, nobody.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Would it be perception?
Right?
You
Gotta
find
look harder.
a engraving along the back of her collar, and her collar kind of pops up, and it's very raised. It's very elegant, and it's just got this little engraving. Let's see. What is the? Give me 1 second. I need to get a. It just says in Celestial, I am the Lady of Might.
I feel like these are important quotes.
You feel?
Mm.
I feel.
I could write them down, I guess.
Might as well.
They look.
So now that one I know is related to Mystery. I don't know about the other ones, but that's one of the quotes that pops up on her wiki page whenever I was looking through all the guys.
The power of Wiki.
I don't know.
You do.
This was when I was looking, so don't quote me on it. But
with your 15 religion, you do recognize the Lady of Might as one of Mistra's nomikers. It's one of her titles. She goes by the Lady of Might, Mistress of Magic, the Lady of Mysteries, Our Lady of Spells, One True Spell, the Goddess of Magic. She's also known as the Whore or the Harlot.
maybe this is out of character because I don't know what went on with Ken and Bahamut like intimately, but maybe something similar to Bahamut and Ken happened. Maybe Mishra did something to, try to stop something going on, and they were like, "All right, you can't interact now for a while. You're in timeout, Mishra."
Put the Goddess of Magic in timeout.
Yep.
I mean, that's possible. Maybe.
All we can really know is that you, Mia, walk with magic and literally exude it. So I guess as long as you're on our side, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I want to help you.
I mean, it tracks so far, like in a good way.
I mean,
Showed
even
up
her
right around the time that meeting happened. Same time I showed up to talk about a lot of this stuff, sort of get on board, and pretty powerful with what you do. So it seems very fortuitous and maybe like necessary that you showed up.
I was gonna say, also, even her name, Mia, is just Mistra without the STR.
Kay can
That's
tell you about
grasping at
my
straws here, but
Kay can tell you about my crackpot theory that I had the day Mia got introduced.
The day, man. You've been on this scent for a minute, and we'll see what the truth
I
is.
thought
what
about it, but I'm
really
like,
means.
there's no way.
Yeah, Olnie's never doubted her. It was just like, this seems weirdly cool for all of this to be tracking the way it has been. But I mean, it's good. Mia's on our side, right? You're on our side.
Yeah.
You're not trying to kill us.
Is it true sight?
I don't know. It's the spell, True Seeing. It could reveal.
Reveal what?
Whatever.
Well, we're not magic inclined, and we wouldn't know that.
Yeah, the closest thing I have to
That's
magic
why I'm teasing.
Booming Blade, and that flavored was that's just him using ki. So like, Oni's not really magical. Nobody has a magic gourd. Kind of like
I got a bet, yeah, but it's not even mine. It was a gift.
You can make rainstorms.
The two least magically inclined are the ones that are on the.
You're right. Got Emmeline, but she's know everything.
Yeah, she's not. She's magically inclined, but she's not godly inclined. You know.
The two arcane based people are always conveniently chasing their own leads when we get into these situations.
Oh no.
We're like cavemen pounding rocks trying to figure out this shit. While the scientists are out back.
The ability to see things as they actually are. Okay. Interesting.
Whatever that means, I guess.
True seeing. Yeah. I mean, if you could find someone with 6 level spells that could try that, go for it.
Or a
I'm
spell
interested
scroll.
to see how you guys react to what you could learn.
Or a spell scroll.
What level is Aerith? for spellcasting?
4.
Okay, I mean, I can do 6th level magic, but can I do it on myself?
You'd have to
Grab a
look in a mirror.
You're right, Aerith. You could cast it from a spell scroll. Like you definitely could do that.
But it gonna be
I was
expensive.
about to say, you remember teleport was like what, 10,000?
12,000.
12,000? Yeah. So this would be like 8 to 10 for a 6th level.
It gonna
Yeah.
be expensive. But of course, they don't know that until they see.
We'll get to the bottom of it. I'm sure.
Eventually.
It's probably not going to be right. Not with the way we always split up for the important bits. Ken and Aerith are going to be able to be super stealthy pretty soon, and like they're going to be off on their own, unable to do that.
I mean, even if you are an Avatar of Mystery, I don't think it really changes much.
Mm.
Does the name
Hmm.
Mystra mean anything to you?
Besides what you guys told me on the airship.
Okay.
She's,
Oh, right, that's
she's
who
a-
I am. Right.
she's another god. Yeah, just so that we're all on the same page.
God of magic or something.
Or
Is
something.
there
And currently
anyone
she is like out of reach. We don't know if she's gone, if she's like maybe on a sabbatical, if she's taking some time to herself, or maybe she's having
Personal
to do
vacation.
something. Yeah.
What was her name again? The one who communed with Mystra and it's like, oh shit.
That was
Silverhand.
Lady
Lady
Silverhand.
Silverhand.
Lady Silverhead. Do we need to talk to her again? Be like, ta-da! Mystra, possibly.
Could ask her, I guess, but I don't really know
Yeah.
how.
Maybe don't phrase it like that because
Well, I get that.
most people don't appreciate like blasphemy. Kind of, you know, like
I mean, like, maybe she would have a
We're-
better lead on the
we're
connection.
definitely assuming, and all signs would indicate she's got a pretty big connection to Mystra, and she
Yeah.
may not be Mystra, but we should move forward with tact so that we do not alienate allies that we may need in the future.
But you said there's two
Is
people on
this
the
your
list you still
god?
haven't talked to, right?
Yes. Erodi and Lorena.
Should we talk to them then?
Sure. I don't know. I mean, it'll be the same as Manan, though. Like, I don't know what to ask, and he didn't really have any answers for the non-questions that I asked.
I mean,
maybe you need to look at that little magic thing that you can see that we can. Maybe it's something to do with that.
maybe you have to look at all three of them and it unlocks a special fourth person. I don't know.
If you line them up just right, their stuff overlaps into like one complete magic.
Well, I could try, but they'd have to all be in the same place. Do you think they would come out for lunch? Or dinner?
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to ask, or to at least meet them all first.
Did you get a good look at Manon's while you were staring at him for like 2 hours?
Yeah, you've got a good study of what he looks like.
Yeah,
I mean, I was trying to get him to cast
compare
magic.
He casted it. Don't you remember Aerith Dance? It's pretty funny.
Yeah, well, he did, but it wasn't. I mean, it was just a normal spell, really. It didn't really change anything.
I mean, you can cast high tier spells, so that's above like normal people. I don't think most people
guess
can
so.
do what you do.
Yeah, just keep in mind what you saw from him, and we can go check out the other two, and you can compare.
I mean, yeah, it's not something that I can like recall. I guess or like draw it or something, but
Yeah, you wouldn't be able.
'cause
You could
it's
visually represent it, but
kind of
it's like
the
trying
mess.
to draw
Yeah,
a
I'm
cell.
not.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't want you to get the wrong idea and think I'm asking you to draw it for us. I just mean, if you can visualize it, compare it to what you see with them. Maybe that has something to do with it. Because if you just have their
Yeah.
names and they don't know you, and you don't really know them, there's got to be some reason.
I guess it would be easier if they were all together, but I could try.
You just send out
Yeah,
a
they're
group
remote.
live text. Yeah. Shoot out a sending real quick. Emily,
Yes,
how many sendings can you do?
I have. Let's see. Let me look at my. I think I've got 2 more today I can do. Oh, I've actually got plenty. I've got higher level spell slots if we need them as well. So, what do we need? Got like
Maybe
5.
we can. Maybe we could start getting feelers out and see if we can get them all in the same room together.
I could send one to. Actually, I have now met all of them. If you want, I could try to set something up for tonight.
We could have dinner.
Might
Fancy
as
dinner.
well.
Me will bring chocolate cake.
Yes.
I'm gonna do. Okay. Okay.
Maybe talk to Aerith and Kat because I have no clue.
Okay. What do I say?
I have no clue. They are the magic guys. I shoot bow good.
Okay.
Sometimes
Talk
make
to
thunderstorm.
Earth.
Sometimes
Talk
make
to
rain.
Earth and Ken.
All right. Well, I think that would be a good place for us to pick up. You guys agree as you continue to unravel the mystery of Mia?
That's gonna be the title. I just thought of it as soon as you said it.
Hell yeah, man! We were like same brainwave.
Yay.
I feel bad. I want to know, like, Ken, Aerith, is there anything else you guys wanted to do or have done today? Before we pick up everyone kind of regrouping.
Yeah, I think it's just working on the circles and just hanging out with Sid.
And I think after, having a solid on magnified gravity, Aerith would probably go back to the guild hall or go somewhere to get food.
Okay, I'm gonna assume. So I rolled for Emmeline. She rolled 2 of the 3, hit the DCs to convince them to join her for dinner at the guild.
Hell
Y'all
yeah.
are gonna go talk to Lorena, because Lorena was the only one that she rolled a 12, and unfortunately it was a 15. So you'll have to go and talk to Lorena and invite her, but that'll be where you guys go, and then everyone can join for dinner at the guild hall next game, and we can see what other mysteries reveal themselves.
Yeah.
Or overly complicate themselves.
Of course.
Or make more questions.
Yeah, I forgot. Ken didn't really have a reason to go to Lorena's, so I think she met him when he was just like there. I guess
Yeah,
You got
just,
one tattoo from her.
No, he got a tattoo from. No, because you never did get your tattoo upgraded. He had his tattoo from one of the. I think it was the half elven girl that was there.
Yeah.
yeah,
But I think
it
you
was
got
like
her at least.
it was like the sword burst tattoo, but I didn't really use it, so
That's what it was. And then it required the attunement, and then it was like, yeah, I need that for other things.
Yeah, that's basically where we're all at. Everybody's
Right.
like, "There's so much cool shit. We got so much money now. We can get cool shit. We're out of slots for cool shit."
We can't use cool shit.
Oh man. Oh yeah. Poor Adrian. He's going through it.
Hey, we offered to help him go through it. We offered to help go through it for him.
Yeah,
So,
he appreciated
if
that.
if it gets bad, he knows when word reaches. He knows we got his back.
I think he
So he
needs.
knows- he knows that we'll go to war for that man.
Plus, if we have to find Jaeger, we have the 2 highest perception people here on the planet.
That is actually a really good point. I'm
Couldn't-
wondering
I mean,
if there were ever
don't have
anybody
a-
to hunt Jaeger, it would be the two of you.
Dude, if
I don't have
we
his
get
sheet
if we get
anymore,
one more level before we do it, my motherfucker will have default nat 1 21 perception when he rolls it.
Jesus.
he also has a crazy high stealth though, so
Yeah.
that's
That's
what
a
I
he
have
nat
uses to
snuck
one.
through a dragon's
Yeah.
lair without the dragon seeing it.
He also can make himself
Why?
invisible.
That's it. It's really the big thing that you have to worry about with Jaeger is his the forgotten item that he has, because
So
he can
once we
just
see him, never lose sight of him.
take your eyes off of him. Oh man.
You know, or if he goes
So what
into
you're
darkness and
saying?
diffuse.
So what you're saying? Well, eventually, Oni's also gonna have blind sight. But what you're saying is we just need to grapple him as soon as we see him. That way he can never get away
Yeah.
from us.
I mean, that's always been Jaeger's like downfall. Is if you get hands on him, it gets to be tricky. But getting hands on him is hard.
Oh my god, imagine nobody with the
Oh my god, with the beads.
yes.
Alright, I know, you need to go outside. Alright, I'm gonna switch over to Discord and go sit outside and stretch my legs. But I'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. Yeah, we'll pick up here next Saturday. Yes, I hear
Yay.
Hell yeah!
you. Alright.
I gotta hop out because I gotta run my